conference of Nuclear Vision Portugal. And what is this conference about? In this conference, we will try to raise some topics on nuclear energy, how it may fit in Portugal, why it is a fundamental tool we have at our disposal to be able to tackle climate change, and namely decarbonization, and how we together can help this team become part of the discussion about renewables besides
the ones that we already know,
like wind and solar. By the way, I am André Feliciano. This is Rodrigo Casimiro. Over here we have Diana Lamy and Miguel Rodrigues. We are all the direction of this group, and we made this possible, and we have gathered what we think is a great panel of speakers. And for the first speaker, and giving the perfect follow of what I just said, we have Bruno Gonçalves with the title Renewables or Nuclear, a False Dilemma. Thank you very much. A round of applause.
So, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. It is really great to be here. There's a nuclear vision for Portugal that some of us have and that we have been sharing. And it is important to have vision, and for this vision we need the people that will work on this on the future engineers, future leaders, and future researchers. So I think it's really the moment to have this discussion, and it's really also nice that you are promoting this discussion in Portugal. So we look forward for what you can do also for the nuclear in Portugal. So let's speak about nuclear and renewables, which I will try to prove you that it is a false dilemma. It's not an or discussion that we should have. So the United Nations Commission for Europe says that international climate objectives will not be met if nuclear power is excluded. And this is because most of the net zero scenarios are only possible if we put nuclear into the mix. And this requires about 400 gigawatts more of nuclear power to be installed. And this makes sense because nuclear energy is a weapon of mass decarbonization. And this is a fact because it produces 5 to 6 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. So it's quite important that we take nuclear on board and we discuss in what conditions it can be part of the portfolio of energy. It's not working. It stopped working. Check now. It's not working. Here. Okay. So, when we speak about nuclear, we are now speaking about different nuclear sizes. So we have the conventional nuclear reactors, which are usually above 700 megawatt of electricity produced. We have now a lot of discussion around small modular reactors up to 300 megawatt of electricity. And we can also have on board microreactors, which are more adequate to go to remote places to support mining explorations, for instance, or some other applications. When we take all this nuclear, we are not just speaking about electricity, although people focus most of the time in electricity, but there are many other applications that nuclear can take on board and can help, such as district heating, for instance, seawater desalination. And without going towards all the industrial processes that can be enhanced by adding nuclear into the portfolio, we can speak about, for instance, thermal hydrogen production, which is hydrogen now is there's a lot of discussion, and we can also produce hydrogen with nuclear, not only by using the electricity for electrolysis or processes that use electricity to produce hydrogen, but also using the heat that is produced in the nuclear reactors also to produce hydrogen. So, advanced nuclear power is differentiated, and it has a differentiated value proposition for decarbonization. If we look into different aspects, for instance, clean, and I think this is not my last version of the presentation, let's see how it goes. It can be clean, it's firm. Firm, it means that it can produce 24 hours over 24 hours of electricity. It has a low land use a low transmission build out, so we don't need to build grids to put nuclear power plants into the grid. It has concentrated local economic benefits. It can benefit the local community. Actually, people speak about a lot about not in my backyard, but what is verified is that a lot of communities where you have nuclear build out, they really say yes to nuclear, and the community addresses nuclear. And then there's the additional applications that I already mentioned. The only aspect where sometimes people have some doubts is about if it is cost competitive. I'm going to address it. So going to the part of the land use. So this graph tries to condensate some of this information. You have here the used area per square meters for the different forms of energy. You have here the common materials used like concrete, etc. In this graph, the bubbles represent the use of critical materials, and the colors represent the grams of CO2 produced per kilowatt hour. So in this graph, it's very easy to see that nuclear occupies the least area. It uses less materials. It uses less critical materials and doesn't produce CO2. So it really pops out of this graph why we should take nuclear on board. The problem is that we have not been nurturing the industry of nuclear. And there are some problems, there are some delays when we try to build new power plants. But actually, when we think about the panorama of the different energy sources, the EU landscape is very bleak. If we really consider about energetic independency. At the moment, wind and solar, mostly solar, is almost fully dependent from China. So we are not really working on having energetic independency. Now then, let's go to the cost. So I already addressed the environmental issues. So the main reason is not environmental, it is expensive. This is the usual. People that even are environmentalists now say it's not environmental, it's the cost. So let's address the cost. So this is really not my last presentation. Okay, so nuclear, usually when people speak about the cost, they go to the levelized cost of electricity. This is a usual metric to consider for investment in energy, but is not by far the metrics that should be used to compare different types of energy. But people like to address it and they use it to prove nuclear is expensive. But actually, if you look into this graph, this is from Lazard in April this year, we see that nuclear, if it is fully depreciated, it really has a very low cost. And of course, it has been a bit expensive, but this graph has a small detail for nuclear. It only considers Vogt power plant. So they do a graph that only considers one power plant and neglects all the other that is going on the world, and they use it to prove nuclear is expensive. Of course, the other reason why the levelized cost of electricity is not useful is because it doesn't account for factors like using natural gas for backup power plants or batteries, because people now are speaking a lot about storage. And these all costs are not taken into account. So actually, the only thing that is considered with the levelized cost of electricity is the cost of buildings, the cost of fuel, and the cost of operation. If you want really to take into account all the costs associated, you really have to go to a full system cost analysis. And this already takes into account the transportation, the grid, balancing the grid to keep the grid stable, the cost of storage, the cost of backup, the cost of emissions, the cost of recycling, which is taken into account, for instance, when we consider a nuclear project, and the cost of the space that we are going to take. So total system cost is by far a better metric for valuing electricity. And it is the metric that should be considered when we speak about nuclear. Lazard already started to look into that. This year, Lazard introduced what they call the cost of firming intermittency. And this means that if we want to have renewables and we want to have some backup or some storage to continue producing when we don't have wind or when we don't have solar, we need some storage. Lazard considered 4 hours of storage in this analysis for California, and I think it also includes Texas. And basically the conclusion they arrive is that the values that were very low for LCOE, for the levelized cost of electricity, they are no longer that lower. So if you start putting some of the costs into the LCOE, you start having more costs than the ones that you were taking into account before. So why we need backup? I have here an example from Portugal that I did the analysis. So this was taking data from 2022, and I extrapolated for the data that is envisaged in PNEC, the Plano Nacional for Energia e Clima, and I even didn't take for the full load. They foresee a load of 100 terawatts hour per year. So here I took the growth foreseen by IEA, 3.3%. So this leaves us up to 63.3 terawatt hour. It's an increase from 55 terawatt hour today. And here we have the load. And if we have electricity, so this is load minus the solar, we see that we are able to reduce the needs for further power. And we have moments where we have already some excess. If we put the load with onshore wind and offshore wind, we see that we will have about 3,000 hours of excess of production. Of course, we are taking into account 10 gigawatts of offshore wind. You really have to believe that this is going to happen. But the most important part is this side here, which means that even with 10 gigawatts of offshore wind, you have more than 4,000 hours of electricity that you are not supplying and you are not fulfilling the load. So you need additional production to overcome these hours. This is another curve that is very well known, the duck curve, which represents what the load minus the renewables. Here, I have minus the solar, actually, because wind, sometimes it blows, sometimes it doesn't blow. And this is the average over 7-8 years, and this gives us the duck curve throughout the day. So this is the average curve. What this means is that during the day, you may have the solar fulfilling almost all the needs for electricity in most of the time. And you will have very low costs of electricity. The problem is that when the sunset arrives and we start having less solar, you will have a growth. You will have a growth on the demand. Also because the night appears, you start charging your electrical vehicles. If you have induction cookers, you start putting more electricity. You put the heat on, etc., etc. And you have here a gap of 8 gigawatts that you will have to supply. So even if you have excess of electricity during the day, you will have to overcome the need for electricity when the night comes. And this means that you will have to have sources that provide this electricity and cannot be renewables alone. And don't forget, this is assuming that we have 63.3 terawatt year, the growth from IEA. If we assume what it is in PNEC, which is 100 terawatts hour, this will be dramatic. Now, the problem is that in a system with high penetration of renewables, and we need to have security of supply because otherwise we will have blackouts, we will have to pay for it. I call it the homo intermittentus because we will have to live the life intermittently. We are listening to people speaking about, well, you just unload some of your electricity consumption. So you remove your car from the plug, or you even use your car to give electricity back to the grid. There are all these ideas going around. The question is that if you are an homo intermittentus, what you will have to do is you will pay for the excess production of renewables, because during the day you have a lot of production of renewables and people start complaining, well, it's so low that I cannot make business. So people start speaking about paying now for this excess of production. You pay for the indirect costs, you have to pay for the grid, etc. You pay for the reserve capacity, the backup that you require, and there's already a discussion on bids for capacity, started in Spain already, on having gas power plants to be on backup to provide electricity, and you need flexibility to reduce consumptions. There are already some calls for companies that are willing to, in a given moment, unload their electricity from the grid, that they can receive money for it. So you pay for them to be willing to do that, and then you pay if you disconnect them from the grid. So you pay all this. So my question is, why not pay for a system with the right mix of renewables and dispatchable sources. There's a better mix for doing this. But in Portugal, we have even weird. So this is from today or yesterday evening. Let's see how we defer system costs. So this is the bid that will, the call that will go out soon for offshore wind. It's a case study because you will bid only for the area. So you bid for the right to put something there. And you postpone, you defer the connection to the grid. So let's forget it now. So it's not a cost. We defer the guaranteed tariff. Let's not discuss costs. We don't discuss how much we will pay for your electricity. And everything will be okay. Well, the proper presentation had a nice rainbow here because there's gold in the end of the rainbow, basically. There's gold for the companies that are going to bid for it because we are speaking of costs of about 160 euros per kilowatt hour that is going to be paid for offshore wind to be profitable. So when we speak about nuclear, actually costs can be effective. This is from the Bank of America. It's a report from April 2023. They did the analysis of the cost of generation for different sources. Using different values from different reports, they ignore the levelized cost of electricity from Lazard. They use another one for nuclear. And actually, nuclear can be cheaper than coal, natural gas, wind plus battery, and solar plus battery. So really, they can have a nice cost. They went even further, and then they calculate what they call the full cost of electricity, similar to the total system costs that I mentioned. And actually, nuclear is much lower than wind, and solar, well, there's a cut in here. It's somewhere over there. The costs, if you take into account a full system LCOE, and this includes Texas in blue, and orange is Germany. They have less solar, so it is even more expensive. So this is one that I had removed, but I can refer. There are several studies in Europe already of full system costs. So Netherlands has one of these studies from some years ago. Switzerland also had one, but this year they published this study. This is from ETH Zurich. They are very concerned with security of supply because it's not sure that they will be integrated into the European power grid or continue to be integrated into the European power grid as they are today. And they wanted to assure that they have security of supply. And they arrived to the conclusion that in spite of the uncertainties in investment costs, new nuclear can result in lower electricity prices. There are some uncertainty in the costs, but they have a mix of renewables and which in their case, most of it is hydric, but some sun, etc. And they arrived to the conclusion that there's a solution that it is a right mix with nuclear and renewables. Now, when we look into the total capital costs for historical and ongoing nuclear projects, we see very remarkable differences. So, very expensive costs, the EPR, these are the ones that people usually select. We have Oklioto, Sizewell C, we have Hinkley Point C, we have Vogtle in the United States, which is an AP 1000. But then we neglect, or usually anti-nuclear neglect, all the other projects that are on the cost. And we have Emirates from the Emirates, we have from the Koreans, and we have lots of Chinese, and we have projects from Russia. And these are different models, but they can have a very cost-effective price. Actually, when we look into the share of the cost, this is for Hinkley Point C in 2019, 73% of the cost is interest. So the cost associated to the construction is 27%, much less. So, of course, what this means is if you delay your project and you are paying for it, it will cost a lot, which means that you need to do something better. So there's a lot of risks associated, but actually this is from IEA, the Energy Outlook this year, and this is what they call the risks associated with clean electrification technologies, and you see that overall nuclear has a medium risk. What strikes me the most from this table is that wind is considered high risk, grids are considered high risk. Why grids also strike me? Because if we are considering about having solar everywhere and we are considering to have wind everywhere, we need to invest in grids. Actually, for Portugal, for the very high power grids, we need 1,500 kilometers at least, according to REN. So we need to invest in grids. So it's very striking that it is a very high risk, also the grids. And of course, there are high risks associated to nuclear, the permitting and certifications, the need for skilled labor, and also the costs of financing, as we already saw it. But overall, it's medium risk. So, of course, we need to do things better. So, we could look into gurus of corporate, Sun Tzu. I fear not the man who has practiced 1,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 1,000 times. Actually, it's not Sun Tzu. It's Bruce Lee. But nevertheless, it's philosophy. And of course, if we can, it's true. If we practice and we do that a lot, we are able to do it. We didn't manage, although it was the idea to do that with the APR. Actually, the idea was, in theory, to have one single design that could be replicated. But in the end, it was 4 countries, 4 different designs. We started the construction before the design was finalized. The industry was gaining experience because it was stalled for so many times in Europe and in the United States that the experience got lost. And the EU market is really not in favor of having multiple gigawatts at the moment installed for nuclear. Consequences: confidence in nuclear is reduced. It was an idea badly implemented. The question now is it too late? And it is difficult to provide the necessary support. So we need to go to IKEA, basically. So this is the idea of having a flat pack reactor, something that we can buy and build. This was Dali interpretation of what is a flat pack reactor. Actually, we need, why we need to have this type of reactors? To make it more attractive, to reduce the initial cost and delivery time, to increase the project predictability, to reduce the government support, build several in sequence and not sporadically, repeat. If you repeat multiple times, you are able to do it better. So mega projects are not really adequate for that. Modular reactors are much better. They are smaller, they are easy to implement, you can have redundancy, you can have them built quicker, because you need less money and less investment. You can have a more smooth profile of investment into nuclear, and they have a smaller footprint. They can be produced as prefabricated units, less construction time. They are controllable and flexible with enhanced safety features, scalable and adaptable with lower investment, and better integration near some industries that may also require the additional features. And the advantage is that all the estimates, because none is yet ready, none, when I say none, we have to forget, for instance, submarines. Submarines have small modular reactors in it, but none is for commercial use yet built. We have several different types of SMRs, and the estimated cost is that they become lower than conventional reactors. So this is really interesting because it can change the way we look into nuclear. And actually, this is from DOE, the Department of Energy. DOE estimates that if we go from a first-of-a-kind reactor to N-of-a-kind reactors, we can decrease the LCOE from high value, 109, to very low value. Sorry, you have Mark Nelson there? Okay. To very low value. You also reduce the value by reducing the construction time. And actually, if you consider the time for nuclear power, of course, the anti-nuclear cherry picking goes for Kyoto. But most of the time, and most of the reactors that were completed in 2022, they were completed in much less time. Actually, if you look to the whole world and the construction time all over the year, the EPR reactors, Kyoto, Flamanville, Hinkley Point C, took much longer than the average all around the world. This is 2021, 7.3 years as median. Actually, I don't have here, but the graph already exists. 2022 is 7.4 years, the average construction time. And we know how we can do it better. Actually, there's a study also from DOE they realized that by introducing best practices on the first of a kind, and by doing optimizations on the construction, we can reduce the total cost by 40%. There are more studies that go in this direction. So, going back to this statement, the main reason is not environmental, is because it is expensive. This is a kind of polygraph. I would say that is not quite precise. Just not to say that it's not correct at all. Actually, I don't have the fusion, so this is. I had some slides on fusion. I can speak before going there. So speaking about fusion, a lot of people now use fusion is around the corner. So let's neglect fission because we will have fusion. It's opium. Opium in the sense that fusion is progressing a lot. There's a lot of investment going on fusion from venture capital, but also from the different governments, United States, from England, from the United Kingdom, from Germany. There's a lot of money going in, but we are not there yet. There's a lot of challenges that we need to overcome that will make probably fusion available by 2050, but not tomorrow. Maybe after tomorrow, not tomorrow. So, nuclear or renewables? It is a false dilemma. If you look in Lisbon this week, you will see these posters everywhere. I now see the posters everywhere, these posters. It's a campaign from the European Union. I like more this one. This one is not from the European Union. But what I really think that the answer is that we need this and we need this. We need renewables and we need nuclear. And framing the debate as an either or choice oversimplify the complex nature of the energy transition. Actually, we need to have a solution that diversifies the energy sources, take into account the environmental impact, take into account the technological advances, the economical considerations, and of course the public perception, which is something that is going to be discussed also here, the phobia that people have when we speak about nuclear. But both can coexist and complement each other in a diversified energy portfolio. So basically, I hope that I was able to convey the idea. It's a false dilemma because we are able to have both together. And by having them together, we can reduce the cost of energy and we can be less of a homo intermittentus and be more of a society that grows with energy to all. So thank you very much. If you want to know more about fusion, but also fusion is a clickbait here on this title, because also it has a lot on my book about nuclear energy and also about energy in general. Please go and download because it has a lot of these in there. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now open time for one or two questions. Is there? Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. That was a really great presentation. I've seen a lot of really good presentations in ours. Very good. So, let me push a little bit. Why not go all nuclear? I know you have already renewables. Why destroy them? I don't argue for that. But if it is so much cheaper, so much more reliable, yes, you will have some excess electricity, but obviously that can be used for other things. Why not just go all nuclear? It's better for the environment.
Yeah, actually, that would be one solution. I would say that it is not. It doesn't take as long as people say to build, but it still takes some time. So if you do this in parallel, of course, if you need immediately all the manpower, you will not have the manpower. It's the same problem that you have in offshore. People say that we are going to have 10 gigawatts of offshore in 2030. It's impossible because you don't have the manpower, you don't have the tools, you don't have the equipment, so you don't have. So it's much better, if you really are committed to net zero, it's much better to have all these solutions going in parallel and find the right mix, because solar can be cheap. If you have solar in roof panels, for instance, you are helping, you are supplying part of your consumption, personal consumption, and you are helping reducing the need for a more wide production. So there's a balance here that you can really be on the sweet spot. But you have to go with all of them together. But basically, if you want to have, for instance, reliability for industry, you need dispatchable. This idea that the industry can unload their needs from the grid, Personally, I find it very weird because you look into the problems that Germany is having now, and some of the companies, what they say is we are having problems with a lot of blackouts. They are very small blackouts, but these are posing an economical problem. So we need reliable sources of energy. And over that, you can have the renewables that can really supplement these needs. But you will need all if you really are committed to net zero. Basically, that's it, of course. In the long run, you could go full nuclear. Our estimates for fusion is if it works by 2050, 1/3 by the end of the century will be fusion. It's possible. There are studies that do look into this scenario. So it is a possibility, but I think to go faster, the solution is to be a mix.
Well, thank you very much
Okay,
for
thank
your
you.
presentation. Now, yes, we do need. Now, one of the great features about our conference is also the international aspect of the panel. And so, by now, we have just heard about how amazing the great things about nuclear energy, but we also know that there were some accidents along the way. And there is none bigger than Chernobyl. And for that, we have here Alona Popova that will present us about the psychosocial impact of Chernobyl and what Chernobyl left behind, basically.
Right.
I think it's better to come here and check the slides before you start.
Maybe. What? No, not that. This one. I think it's this one. Have other I can interact. If you need time.
Okay, almost there.
That thing.
Yeah, you take this.
Thank you so much. Sorry, and thank you for having me here. It's like long time I didn't have had the speeches with such a big public since I came from Kiev here. But why Chernobyl? Just imagine the distance of 120 kilometers. Like it's from Lisbon to Leiria, or maybe somewhere just around the metropolitan of Lisbon, just Santarém or somewhere, the next region. So 120 kilometers is the distance from Chernobyl nuclear power plant to my house. That's the reality with which I was born, with which I was living almost all my life since I came here. It's not like that. It's like that. So, thanks to my papers. Nowadays, Ukraine still have and operates 4 from 5 due to the war nuclear power plants, and we have them. Not this one. No, it's okay. The magic didn't happen.
Here. Try now. Is it not working at all? Oh.
It's maybe my hands.
We have plenty of time.
Yeah, just a bit. No, it's okay. But it's next slide, and you will see the map of Ukraine. Oh. Just imagine. No need. So we still have, and still running the 3 or 4. Because one of them, which is situated on the Zaporizhia region, is now occupied by some neighbors, which total have the 15 reactors located in Rivne. It's on the northwest. Khmelnytsky, it's on the west, more south, and South Ukrainian nuclear power plants, which in general has, I have here some numbers, very smart ones, 13 gigawatts, ranking the 7th place in all the world due to the 2020. In 2019, the old nuclear power which we have had in Ukraine was over 20% of all Ukrainians' energy. Later, in 2021, we even have 55% of its total electricity generation in all the country, and hold the 7th place, or the second highest share in the world, only behind France, because France has a bit more. And maybe somebody didn't know, but the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, which is now occupied, is the biggest nuclear plant in Europe, which is now still operating, but now it's shut down or running in the low power mode. The next slide will say us about some perspectives which Ukraine have had. The history of Ukrainian nuclear energy started and dated since 1977, when the first reactor was started in Chernobyl nuclear power plant. According to the plans, we should have had the 9 nuclear power plants in Ukraine built up from 1977 to 1989, but it didn't happen. As you know, between 1977 and 1889, it was planned to commission 16 power units in total power and capacity of 14,800 megawatts from 5 nuclear plants, which was built up: Zaporizhzhia, Rivne, Khmelnytsky, Chernobyl, and Pivdенно-Ukrainska nuclear plants. This growing demand of the electricity, which was contributed to the rapid construction of the nuclear power units until the time of the man-made accident, which happened on the 4th unit of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. The Chernobyl disaster began on 26th of April 1986, which with the explosion on the 4th reactor, from 4th in general, on Chernobyl nuclear power plant, which was and still situated on the north of Ukraine and very near the border of the Belarus, which is also near to the Russian territory as well. So it's like in the middle of these 3 countries, but situated on the Ukrainian territory, the post-Soviet republic. It is one of only 2 nuclear energy accidents, we are very lucky, which was rated at 7 on the maximum severity of the International Nuclear Events State. And the other, as you know, was in 2011 on Fukushima in Japan. The intimate emergency response, subsequent mitigation efforts involved more than 500,000 personnel, and the cost estimated on 68 billions of American dollars in 2019. And it's still considered the worst nuclear disaster in history, and brings some more famous to Ukraine. The next slide, and some of the moments and the situations which happened due to the explosion. It was the test running on the station on that night due to the lower consuming of the energy on that term. The following as the accident drop of the reactor power to near zero, with operators restarted the reactor and the turbine test was accomplished. But upon the successful test, the reactor was then shut down for the maintenance, and which caused the unpredictable reaction. And this process led to the stream explosions and the meltdown, which destroyed the containment building of the reactor. This was also followed by the reactor core fire, which was lasted until 4th of May. So during the more than 7 days, like a week, it was opened and got with the fire. With the, of course, airborne, the radioactive contaminants, which was spread in USSR and Europe. in the response of the initial accident, the 10-kilometer zone was firstly, in the radius, was the exclusion zone, and then was created in 36 hours. But then it was more bigger, and on the first days and the first weeks after the accident, the 49,000 of people were evacuated, primarily from the nearest city, which calls Pripyat, and city of Chernobyl. But then the exclusion zone was later increased to the radius of the 30 kilometers, and also it bring up with the evacuation of more 68,000 of people who were evacuated from that territories. The zone, there is lots of legends, lots of myths also about this, but it's still existing. And on the map you can see it's the pink and the red zone, it's still there. And very small star there, it's the Kyiv, our capital. Still, so was originally the zone was originally the 30 kilometers in radius. But if to say and to compare how big is it, just imagine 26 Lisbons and joined it together. Or, for example, in the same sizes, it's like one zone of the Lisbon metropolitan. It's like 3,100 square kilometers, and the zone now is 2,600 kilometers. So it's more or less comparable thing. So the area has largely reverted to the forests due to the no human competition for the spares. So there is lots of new other species of the animals, forests, the plants. And some sources have already estimated when the site could be renewed and considered like habitated again. And from the different sources, it's very different also time. It's if to listen to Ukrainian state authorities, it's like in 320 years it can be habitated again. If to listen to the Greenpeace, it would be like tens of thousands of the years. And if to hear to the Christian Science Monitor, it's something around 3,000 years. So the numbers is really very different, as you can see. In 2011, Ukraine opened the sealed zone around the Chernobyl reactor to the tourists, wishing to learn more about the tragedy of 1986. And the last biggest problem which we have had due to the zone, it was in 2020. We have the big forest fires, which was spread through the 20,000 hectares around, which also brought lots of the smoke to the Kyiv, and we have had alerts about this, and it's from the last news. The next slide, and a bit more about the impact. Of course, we can say about like two spheres of the impact which Chernobyl have had and still has. It's the general effects, which was affect the people who lived in the zone and still living in the nearest territories are still feeling, like the stories which we are still living through, and all the myths which we have in our society between the Ukrainians. We still have a lot of jokes due to this. Yeah, it's okay to say like, or to measure the fruits or vegetables, are they radioactive or not. It's like everyday thing. It was in the school. When I was in the school, it was playing like, is it radioactive or not? How we need to wash it? Of course, it's of the lack of the information which was provided to the people, and it's still not, I think, provided enough about how all these three factors are influencing, and it's still influencing on the society nowadays. Like the economic effects due to the shutdown of the station, of the lack of the resources which we have, and Ukraine was and still rich with the coal and lots of the minerals which we still have on the eastern part of Ukraine. It's the health and social crisis, which was due to the internal migration of the people, the rescue missions, which was from the zone. But even in the 30-kilometer zone, there are still people who came back. Since 2011, there is more than 200 people who are still living there, like all their life. They didn't wanted to go back. And of course, the contamination of the foodstuffs and the environment. So we find out the 5 biggest factors, which are like post factors after the Chernobyl catastrophe. We can have the slides, and now it would be a bit faster with the slides. So first of all, the first factor, and it's the next slide. It's the psychosocial dimension to the perception of the health risks involved to the radiation and the part of the information policy plays. For example, it's the knowledge of the people about the accident and the fears which it burned after the unknown consequences, like forced to the sudden evacuation, with the loss of personal stuff and the place which people started to live their lives there, their employment, their houses, the confusion about the food, what is safe, what is not, what animals and plants, sometimes leading to malnutrition, and also the increasing of poverty and ill health collapse with the health services due to the end and breakdown of the Soviet Union in this past years after the accident on the Chernobyl station. The second factor is the social cultural dimension of the displacement. Thousands of Polish people was displaced from their place and moved to the other cities, sometimes not also welcomed to the place where they came to. And this disruption of the stable social networks which they have had, they was disconnected with their friends and colleagues, the people whom they know, due to the evacuation. The third factor is the general pathogenic factor relating to the psychological stress. Reaction to the change of the lifestyle, such as dietary habits, the consumption of the alcohol and tobacco. Also, it came to the lead of that the people got lots of the promises from the government about the benefits which they will get as the people who was displaced. And it was some policy still was working until 2014. The children of the people who was displaced, and we call them the Chernobyl kids, was gained to the spaces in the universities or in the schools. They have had some benefits in the health system, which they can gain. So it was also treated, but not fully. The fourth factor is the medical and sociological dimension concerning the changes of the illness behavior to the population and the diagnostical behaviors. It also causes on the birth defects or their possibility, which can cause us. And the fifth and the last factor is the medical to the socio-economical dimension relating to the large-scale effects of the Chernobyl accident, such as closure of the nuclear plants and the revision of the power sources. So it's one of the biggest, and we're still facing it now. But also, after the more than 30 years after the accident, we still have some Chernobyl kind of things which is inspiring some of the people. Like on the next slide, we can see that there is the next slide. No, previous one. This one. It's inspired some of the HBO series, which was, I'm very proud of it. It was filmed near my house because I have had the investigation institution in front. It was played like a hospital. Also, you might know about the documentary, which was Oscar-winning, The Chernobyl Heart. Lots of books. One of them is The Voices from Chernobyl, from the Ukrainian-Belarus author, Svetlana Alexievich. And also one of my brother's favorite is the game Stalker, where you can see, and it was totally inspired on people who did it. It was also the team of Ukrainian and Belarusian students who started their game, and now it's like very popular through the gamers. Since 2019, with the speech of our President Zelensky, he wanted to reopen a zone for the people, and he said that we must give the territory of Ukraine the new life. And the official touristic tours started to go to Chernobyl. It have had some rules and procedure how to. So we can say that even due to all the past lead and all the history which Chernobyl accident brought to lives of Ukrainians and to all the world, we can say that it can has the second life, and we just need to give it the chance. And as the Dr. Tomoko said, Chernobyl can be a safe place, but it depends on how people behave. So it's all up to us how we will proceed with this zone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ilona. If you have any questions for Ilona, we will get there just in a bit. But first, I would like to introduce to you Energia Medo. You can come. She is a psychologist and researcher, and some of her work is based on radiation risk perception, and she will be walking us through some of it, and she will be demystifying nuclear phobia and telling us how disasters like this can impact what society thinks about nuclear.
Então, I'm going to present in Portuguese, so my apologies for those who don't speak Portuguese, if any. And so I thought I had saved the presentation in the pen USB. So it's not, it's in the PC, but we're solving it. Ok, acho que já está resolvido. Obrigada pelo título. Ora bem. Vamos começar? So I'm going to talk about demystifying nuclear phobia, what risk perception has to do with it. Então, a minha área é percepção de risco, portanto, vou pedir a vossa compreensão, não sou de engenharia, não... Okay? É bom trabalharmos de forma interdisciplinar e como eu vejo aqui algumas caras conhecidas e pessoas que já estão nisto há muitos anos, ia pedir a vossa colaboração durante a minha palestra para responderem também e participarem de alguma forma, se for possível. Pronto. Então, primeiro slide. Não, ainda antes. Sim, por favor. Então, o título é muito interessante, penso eu, e gostava de perguntar-vos o que é que entendem por desmistificar. Portanto, enquanto eu for falando, vou-vos perguntar o que é que entendem pelas palavras que aqui estão. Da minha parte, o que é que eu vos posso dizer sobre quando me lançaram este desafio, o que é que eu podia contribuir? E, então, na percepção de risco há várias dimensões a ter em conta. Okay? Eu queria tentar estar 5 minutos em cada slide, mas acho que não vou conseguir. Portanto, se calhar vai ser uma apresentação mais sucinta, mas não faz mal. Então, podemos passar ao próximo slide?
Eu diria que, já agora, posso
Respondemos, podemos discutir.
Exato. Então, eu diria que desmistificar é, no fundo, compreender o que é, como é que o risco, como é que as pessoas percepcionam o risco e, através dele, ganham fobia ou algo por aí. Como é que nós podemos... O que é tão preocupante no risco nuclear? O que é que nos causa tanto medo, de algum modo?
Já temos alguém que quer participar. Obrigada.
Não, porque eu vou falar porque é um assunto que tenho escrito algumas vezes, tenho discutido várias vezes. Há um conjunto de mitos, ideias pré-concebidas que circulam em torno do nuclear. São mitos no sentido...
Deixa eu interromper. Isto também. Agora é a minha apresentação, posso interromper à vontade, não é? Então, eu gostava que pensássemos sobre etimologia, sobre a origem das palavras e o significado de mito, ainda antes do desmistificar. Porque é que existem mitos?
Histórias fantásticas, mágicas, uma interpretação mágica da realidade quando não se compreende.
Boas definições.
Alguns mitos?
O mito é uma falsa ideia. É uma ideia ou é uma percepção que não corresponde à realidade. Isso é um mito.
Ou é uma construção feita propositadamente para embelezar ou para demonificar algo ou alguém.
Pode não ser propositadamente.
Mais intervenções assim nessa.
A nível da política nunca é.
Só estou a ouvir assim as vozes aqui deste lado da sala. Há pouco vi assim um gráfico muito interessante, tinha assim uma distribuição. Ok. Obrigada. Então, alguém quer acrescentar mais alguma coisa?
O Hugo lhe vemos mito.
Há mais do que uma definição. Não é? Cada um de nós pode fazer também uma interpretação.
Há pessoas que só ao ouvir a palavra nuclear deixam-as algo paradas de imediato, não sabem o que é que vem a seguir, o que é que se vai falar.
O que é curioso, a palavra nuclear foi introduzida para a oposição atómica. Portanto,
Exatamente. Bomba nuclear.
era a bomba atómica antes.
Exatamente.
Foi assim que nasceu depois foi-se buscar o termo nuclear.
Não, mas eu acho que estou a ligar o nuclear ao mito. A pergunta é só sobre o mito. Não é? Que é um mito em geral.
Sobre a definição dos conceitos, mas já íamos aí mais à frente, é verdade. Isso é no outro slide. Por exemplo, para a psicologia, família nuclear, família alargada. Não é? Depende um pouco de onde é que estamos a ver as coisas.
Eu acho que o mito também pode ser, por vezes, um facto que nós podemos comprovar ou não, é testável de algum modo, acaba por vir, talvez por oposição ou por semelhança à ciência, de algum modo.
Isto, no fim de contas, vai tudo dar a uma mesma coisa de que eu falo muito e que eu defendo muito, que é a literacia, ou a sua falta. Não é? Uma criança, se começar a ouvir falar de determinada forma em relação a algo, pode viver em terror permanente durante anos ou até mesmo a vida toda. Não é? Enquanto que, se for bem informada, se lhe for bem explicada, compreende melhor do que muitos adultos.
Isto pode ser outra coisa também, porque um mito também é uma crença. Podemos ter o mito da ciência, por exemplo, que é a crença que acreditamos que o que é descrito de forma científica é verdadeiro. Pode ser ou não, não é isso que tem caso, mas é um mito que circula, é uma crença partilhada por muita gente. Então também se atribui isto, também é um mito.
Mas agora fizeram
Mas eu acho que a ciência, por norma, já agora, eu acho que a ciência, por norma, deixa sempre uma margem para ela própria ser posta em questão e revista, não é?
A ciência deixa, mas há um mito
Isso sim,
entre muitas pessoas de que...
Há o mito que tem sempre razão na ciência.
Exatamente.
Bem, agora vamos estimular aqui a colaboração intergeracional, porque eu vejo aqui mais gerações. Voluntários à força. Não vou fazer.
Estamos
Não
dependentes
tenho
de
deste
si.
nível de língua.
Estamos dependentes de si, literalmente.
Sim.
Queremos a sua ajuda.
Como é que nós damos aqui a volta? E será que existe? Em todo o lado? Não é? Sabemos que há culturas com uma abertura completamente diferente para o nuclear. Agora, tentando estar todos com a mesma definição, com os mesmos conceitos. Culturas que têm abertura para o que estamos a falar aqui, não é? Sem fobia. Ok. Boa. Obrigada pela pergunta. Agradeço. Porque isso leva-nos então à parte mais do que eu sei sobre percepção de risco, que é as dimensões que existem e que contribuem para nós termos uma maior percepção de risco ou uma menor percepção de risco. Conseguem lembrar-se de algumas dessas dimensões? Eu acho que toda a gente sabe mais ou menos. Familiaridade, conhecimento, não é? Maior familiaridade com a tecnologia ou com a ciência, então menos medo. Então, deixa eu ver se já consigo. Posso explicar então, mas talvez no próximo slide.
Posso?
Obrigada. Então, pensar rápido e pensar devagar, isto já é um trabalho conhecido há alguns anos, de direito ao Nobel, de Economia, apesar de terem sido dois psicólogos, amigos israelitas, que se lembraram de fazer uma série de experiências e perceberam que o nosso cérebro usa atalhos. E esses atalhos são heurísticas, como uma forma mais rápida de pensar. E porquê é que nós temos essa forma mais rápida de pensar? Para poupar energia. Boa. Nós também funcionamos em energia, não é? Portanto, às vezes temos que entrar nessa forma de poupança de
Para fugir
energia.
rápido dos predadores.
Sim. Gut feeling. Por outro lado, enquanto espécie, também desenvolvemos a capacidade de pensar mais devagar. De pegar num papel, ou num telemóvel, ou numa caneta, e fazer cálculos, e fazer análises, e é isto. Portanto, eu tinha aqui o título completo deste slide, era pensar rápido e devagar nunca envelhece. Agora, como é que eu vos vou envolver nesta parte das formas que nós temos de reagir às coisas? Podem fazer perguntas? Se tiverem algumas perguntas sobre isto. Sobre como é que nós pensamos. Como é que queremos algo ou não queremos algo. Como é que queremos qualquer coisa no nosso quintal ou não.
Se calhar começávamos a pensar em algum exemplo. Por exemplo, se pensarmos ter uma máquina de raio-x em casa, como por exemplo, quando pensamos em dormir como a Marie Curie fazia, dormir com rádio debaixo da almofada, isso parece-nos muito errado agora. Quais é que são os fatores, no fundo, que acabam por levar a essa nossa percepção? Nós agora temos algum conhecimento.
Deixa-me interromper só, desculpa.
Certo, à vontade.
Pronto, lembrei-me de um senhor na Holanda que tem um aparelho de raio-x comprado de sua iniciativa, depois de se reformar, e que faz radiografias e põe cor nessas radiografias. Uma coisa que parece absurda, temos uma máquina de raio-x em casa, é possível. E não só para questões médicas, mas para questões de arte. Mas tudo bom, continua a raciocínio.
Desde que não se exponha muito.
Sim. Aí entra a tecnologia. E daí ciência e tecnologia serem coisas diferentes. Não é? Porque os primeiros raios-x tínhamos que estar expostos à radiação durante quanto tempo? E agora? Então...
Mais radiação e mais tempo.
As coisas evoluíram, felizmente, e a tecnologia permite-nos ter uma percepção de risco menor em relação aos raios-x, por exemplo. É por aí, suponho eu. Não? Qual é que é a percepção
Eu vim aqui
de
também à
risco?
procura de resposta.
Qual é que é a nossa percepção de risco em relação
Eu posso dar um exemplo claro que é comigo. Sempre adorei aviões, farto-me de viajar, tenho um medo terrível de andar de avião. E aqui, quando o Pedro da outra vez convidou para viajar, eu disse: não, vou de carro. Quanto mais pequeninos, pior.
Convite para crer.
Exatamente.
Posso-vos falar então a esse respeito sobre a teoria psicométrica do risco, em que se calhar se estivesses a conduzir o avião não tinhas tanto medo.
Provavelmente não.
É verdade.
Há uma falta de controle.
A concentração está no outro lado. Está no outro lado, a concentração.
Sim, há o risco associado àquilo que não controlamos.
E a questão da liberdade, não sei mais à frente, mas já agora...
Ok. Posso?
Sim, depois podemos voltar atrás e andar assim um pouco para a frente e para trás. Então, sobre as definições e sobre os valores... Porquê é que eu tinha aqui isto?
Sobre a honestidade eu posso comentar, é porque os cientistas são todos desonestos. Há uma parte da solução, não, há uma
Mas
parte da
sim.
população que acha que, por exemplo, voltando ao tema do nuclear e recentrando, há uma parte da população que acha que quem trabalha no nuclear esconde coisas.
Oh, certo.
O que acontece lá dentro é secreto. E o que acontece lá dentro é por mal das pessoas.
Então, nós seres humanos somos desconfiados por natureza, podemos dizer isso? Sim. E... esqueci-me do que é que ia dizer. Podemos voltar atrás, por favor. Ok. Isto porquê? Sobre o pensamento rápido e o pensamento lento, esta heurística do pensamento do Kahneman e do Tversky, depois foram dar origem então à teoria do Chauncey Starr, que foi um físico, engenheiro americano, que trabalhava com física nuclear, e ele percebeu a questão do controle. Quão importante é nós sentirmos que temos controle para a percepção de risco ser menor. Nem era isso o mais importante. O mais importante era a questão da liberdade de escolha. E tu estavas a dizer que podia ter ido foste de carro em vez de ir de avião. Não é? Portanto, nós podemos sentir que temos controle, que temos liberdade de escolha, e isso faz diminuir percepção de risco. O que pode ser bom e pode ser mau. Ou nem bom nem mau.
Em que exemplos é que pode ser bom? Nós parece que estamos mais seguros a escolher uma coisa, mas na realidade não ser mais seguro. Por exemplo, há muitos mais acidentes de carro do que de avião. E, portanto, nesse caso nós acabamos por fazer a escolha, digamos, errada, de alguma, com base no medo, não é?
Com base no facto que, na história, não é? Um acidente, mas isto é tudo já bastante conhecido para vocês todos, provavelmente, não é? Porque estamos no carro, há um acidente, há acidentes todos os dias, mas nunca envolve a fatalidade de 200 e tal pessoas num carro. Não é? Então é o potencial catastrófico, que marca bastante a percepção de risco. E Chernobyl foi muito marcante, mas eu estava a ouvir a nossa colega a falar e a pensar, temos 3 Mile Island, temos Windscale, temos nenhum deles tão grave como o que aconteceu por nosso erro, nossa falha, mas a verdade é que vamos aprendendo através destas formas de pensar mais instintivamente, mais para a nossa sobrevivência, para fugir ou enfrentar ou ficarmos congelados, um pouco como eu estou aqui neste momento, ou usarmos realmente os conhecimentos que vamos adquirindo, que vamos desenvolvendo e fazer os cálculos, perceber os benefícios e os malefícios. Nós, por exemplo, não tínhamos muita percepção de risco sobre os raios-x, não é? E houve mártires, pronto, mas eu não quero catastrofizar, queria mais pôr a tónica em coisas que nos inspiram e talvez desmistificar. Tem aqui uma relação entre ter medo, achar uma coisa bizarra, de repente vemos ossos numa pessoa viva, uma fotografia de ossos, é claro, isso é uma coisa que captou muita atenção e rapidamente todas as notícias eram sobre, não é? E por outro lado, ser uma coisa familiar, com a qual nós já convivemos bem, e tendo em mente a questão da segurança e a questão da proteção, e como são duas coisas diferentes que se tem que ter em conta.
A questão da escolha, e voltando novamente ao nuclear, estava-me a lembrar de uma história que é contada acerca de... Há um livro que se chama Dom Tele de Dragon Nuclear, que é sobre o nuclear e a percepção do nuclear, e que conta a história como o nuclear apareceu em França, que foi por uma decisão ministerial, e tudo cresceu muito rápido. E houve uma parte da população que sentiu que não tinha tido escolha. Que, aliás, deve ter sido semelhante ao que aconteceu cá em Ferrel. A população, ao sentir que não teve escolha, efetivamente revoltou-se contra a decisão. Para voltar àquela noção de o não ter escolha, ou o poder escolher.
Estava a pensar, eu cheguei ontem do Japão e li assim muito rapidamente sobre o aeroporto, um dos aeroportos que construíram, e ainda hoje há pessoas que contestam que foi imposto. Há uns agricultores lá no meio.
Japão? Narita?
Sim, em Tóquio. E portanto, quando é contra a vontade das pessoas, é claro que leva muito mais protesto, e é bom protestar, faz parte. Ok, já podemos passar para a próxima slide. Agora. Então, sobre as definições, nós começámos bem, na mesma página. Não vale a pena estarmos a tentar desmistificar se não soubermos o que é um mito, se não soubermos qual é que é um mito, o que é a fobia, como é que as fobias surgem e o que é o nuclear. Eu estou há alguns anos nisto e ainda continuo a ter dúvidas como é que as coisas funcionam. Portanto, não dá para ser só engenharia física, por muito que eu respeito. Não dá para ser só psicologia, ou história da ciência, ou educação científica, ou política. São os vários, como dizem em inglês, stakeholders, não é? Todas as pessoas que tenham alguma envolvência que contribuem depois para resolver o problema. Já perdi o fio à meada, desculpem. Então, sobre definições, já falámos. Sobre valores, pus aqui dois. Conseguem adivinhar qual é este? Não fiz nada. É aqui em Lisboa.
Isso é o Marquês de Pombal.
Está ali,
É a liberdade.
está ali o edifício.
A liberdade!
Ok, pronto. E mais do que eu estar a tentar aqui falar, e desculpem eu não estar a ler, eu adoro a figura do lente, em que tinha as coisas todas escritas e lia, é das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer. Agora não tenho feito muito, mas ler em voz alta e partilhar a leitura, pronto. Agora, o que é que eu queria vos dizer? Se tem perguntas.
Eu tenho uma pergunta.
Sim, ok.
Vou, se calhar, perguntar já, que é, tem alguma ideia da percepção do risco em relação ao nuclear, em relação a Portugal? Algum estudo que tenha havido, algo desse género?
Há estudos, sim, já feitos. Recentemente ouvi uma palestra promovida aqui no Técnico de um jornalista que andou um pouco pelo mundo inteiro para tentar perceber porque é que temos as pessoas que acreditam que a Terra é plana ou que acreditam que as vacinas são um perigo. E foi através dessa pessoa que eu soube que Portugal não é nem contra nem a favor. O que é bom, porque nós temos tendência para ser do contra, naturalmente. Mas às vezes é bom não ser a favor
nem
nem ser
contra
do
nem a
contra.
favor de quê?
A ciência.
Da ciência.
A maior parte da população é indiferente, nem lhe aquece nem lhe arrefece. E, portanto...
A ciência no geral.
A ciência no geral...
Tanto faz.
Pois, neste caso, eu creio que ele estava-se a referir na ciência em geral. Agora temos o caso de Ferrel, nos anos 70, 80, não é? 70, em que a população, de facto, contestou a energia nuclear. Temos músicas, agora, novamente, contra o nuclear.
Em Portugal?
Qual? Não, há uma contra a guerra nuclear.
É isso.
Isso.
Confusão de conceitos.
Isso
Há uma grande confusão.
Isso sempre foi. Isso.
Isso é outro dos mitos que nós temos que combater. É que armas nucleares e energia nuclear não são a mesma coisa, nem são o reverso da mesma moeda.
Exatamente.
Isso é outra história que eu costumo contar por causa do Nobel, porque é que o Nobel ficou célebre em vida e porque é que ele agora é conhecido. Pronto. Sim.
Isso não é uma questão, é uma intervenção, que é sobre a percepção de risco que nós temos sobre os combustíveis fósseis e o nuclear, ou outras fontes de energia equivalentes ao nuclear, que, de facto, há estudos que comprovam que a poluição atmosférica causada pelo queima dos combustíveis fósseis mata ao longo do tempo, não de uma vez só, como o nuclear se disparar por um acidente qualquer, como o Chernobyl ou assim. E a percepção que as pessoas têm de um lado, que é o nuclear, e do outro lado, que é os combustíveis fósseis, é completamente diferente ao achar dos nossos produtos. Há que ser diferente porque fala-se há pouco do simples do aspecto de ser catastrófico ou não. De facto, sim. Milhares de mortes de uma vez só é catastrófico, num curto espaço de tempo, mas depois, se calhar, acontecem muitas mais mortes causadas pelo queima de combustíveis fósseis ao longo de décadas, de anos. E, de facto, não temos a mesma percepção deles.
Aliás, podemos pôr números nisso, só para dar um número. Por exemplo, na Alemanha, as estimativas são que o abandono nuclear resulta em 1.100 mortes adicionais prematuras por ano. Só para dar um exemplo.
Vamos em que geração de centrais?
Desde o abandono a partir de 2011 do nuclear. Há um estudo que indica 1.100 mortes prematuras adicionais.
Ou seja, com as previsões que havia há 2 anos atrás. Não é?
Sim, sem as últimas, claro.
Agora com mais gravão ainda na rede.
Eu não entendi.
Pela substituição por carvão. Pela substituição do nuclear pelo carvão.
o carvão e o gás causam muito mais mortes do que causam o nuclear.
Não?
A gente ainda quer saber.
Falta o mais importante.
Sim, é que eu quero saber. Eu quero saber como é que se
É vos
desmistificamos.
agradecer. Coração. Agradecer o convite, agradecer a organização, dar os parabéns por este grupo. Espero que continuem a dar-nos vistas. E é isso.
Eu tenho uma pergunta. Como é que desmistificamos o nuclear?
Se eu soubesse.
Dando informação. Dando informação.
É isso
Dando
mesmo.
informação.
É isso.
Dando informação.
Eu tenho um cartoon, não tenho aqui à mão, que é, vocês se calhar conhecem. Portanto, têm duas cabines, imaginem que estão num estádio e têm duas caixas onde podem ir. Uma da informação e outra, não é de informação, mas é o gossip.
Sim, o boato.
Então o cartoon,
Boato.
o boato. Então, na caixa do boato, vocês têm uma fila que nunca mais acaba, nós. E na caixa da informação, nós somos muito poucos os que estamos lá na fila. E acho que é isso. Não pode ser só informação, tem que ser também emoção, tem que ser... Pronto, vocês sabem.
Por isso é que
Já
os
não tenho
órgãos de
mais
comunicação têm uma grande responsabilidade.
No fundo é ter uma história por detrás da informação. Não é?
Começamos.
Adicionar a emoção também à informação e chegar ao coração das pessoas e informá-las ao mesmo tempo, educá-las.
E sermos educados.
E sermos educados.
Há aqui um pormenor. Começamos com aquela quote de pensar rápido e devagar. Que normalmente, para poupar energia, que é muito mais confortável, mas utilizamos aqueles shortcuts, pensamos mais rápido,
Sim, sim.
não perdemos tempo com pensamentos mais a fundo. Para desmistificar o nuclear é preciso fazer o pensamento mais a fundo. Mas a maioria das pessoas, e acho que isso em Portugal pode ser medido por essa tal indiferença que a maioria das pessoas tem relativamente à ciência, não é nem contra, nem a favor dos argumentos científicos, só não quer saber.
Mas, desculpa interromper, é só que precisamos do pensamento lento e do pensamento rápido. Em cima.
Eu calculo que sim. Mas
Não quer dizer que um é mais importante que o outro.
Mas para, não há precisamente a história das caixinhas. O boato, podemos dizer que é uma informação que é fácil de deglutir só com um pensamento rápido. Portanto, as pessoas não perdem muito tempo, está resolvido. O nuclear é perigoso e está resolvido. O tipo está feito e as pessoas seguem pela vida.
Pronto,
o outro
agora
requer muito mais tempo.
Sim. Podíamos ir pela questão da diferença entre perigo e risco. Sabem qual é a diferença entre perigo e risco? Sim. Sim?
Não.
Toda a gente?
Não,
Não?
sei.
de facto, não.
Sabemos?
O perigo às vezes as pessoas nem sequer se apercebem se não depois de terem passado por ele.
Aquela ideia do tubarão, não é? É um perigo,
Olha,
mas
aconteceu.
está lá na água e eu estou cá fora,
Já teve.
portanto,
Já
Não
teve
acho
disso
isso.
e fez bem.
então tudo ok, não é?
Não, é
Não.
isso que eu pensava que era.
Então, pronto, é isso.
Mas é.
Portanto,
Para o risco, se formos para a água com os tubarões, aí já temos o risco, não é?
Exato.
Mas depois há N cálculos de risco, vocês sabem melhor que eu, não é? Não?
portanto o perigo é uma coisa que existe
Está estudado nas
e a
estatísticas.
exposição. Mas o risco só existe se nós estivermos expostos ao perigo, é isso? É por aí? Ou-
Temos várias formas de conceptualizar. A mais simplificada, no sentido da parcimónia, é ter o perigo vezes a consequência e então, não, ao contrário,
vezes a exposição.
vezes a exposição. É isso. Igual.
Ok. Uma coisa pode ser muito perigosa, mas se nós nunca lá formos, nunca há risco de sermos afetados por ela.
Sim, entrando mais na
Perigo
antropologia ou nas narrativas, Tem que haver uma relação entre o objeto e pronto, é isso.
Só para complementar aquilo que o João disse, porque há uma frase que eu gosto muito do Kennedy, porque eu acho que sumariza um pouco aquilo que temos dito, que é: pois o grande inimigo da verdade muitas vezes não é a mentira, deliberada, artificial e desonesta, mas o mito persistente, persuasivo e irreal. Sujeitamos todos os factos a um conjunto pré-fabricado de interpretações, desfrutamos do conforto da opinião sem o desconforto do pensamento. Que eu acho
Vou assinar a dizer que sim, eu não consegui interiorizar, mas vou.
Desfrutamos do conforto da opinião sem o desconforto do pensamento. É esta resposta rápida e muitas vezes medo que temos sem pensar, e é mais fácil. Que era um pouco o que o João disse.
É isso, é o conforto de adotar uma opinião que já está
Que todos seguem.
fabricada em vez de ser formar a nossa.
Há décadas,
Poupar energia. Quem é que falou?
a própria classe médica dizia que fumar fazia bem. Era bom para a saúde.
Sim, não era só a classe médica, né? Tínhamos também.
Não, mas os médicos, né? e médicos que recebiam no seu consultório clientes estavam os dois a fumar, normalmente. Você tem um caso muito grave aí no fígado e tal, tem que ter cuidado. Pá. Qual é a marca que você está a fumar? Não conheço esse. Eu dou-lhe já um.
Agora acabava com. Às vezes um cachimbo é só um cachimbo.
Na televisão as pessoas fumavam. Eu comecei a fazer televisão na RTP no início das primeiras campanhas internas dentro da RTP, em que tinha um cartaz, um avisozinho, não era um aviso, era, enfim, uma sugestão, ia dizer: não se esqueça, antes de entrar no estúdio, se fumar, está a passar uma mensagem aos telespectadores. Que é como quem diz: não há problema nenhum.
Por terminado. Muito obrigado.
So back to English so that we all understand. Now, I would like to ask you if you have any questions for Lone, because we didn't get to that before.
And on Chernobyl,
Yeah.
To me.
how many fatalities existed in Chernobyl?
Due to the accident, it was something around 100 only in the first days, but there is the number on post, the mortalities after the accident, which is also
Firefighters.
yes, which was like the 25 of them, which was brought to the Moscow to the hospital, number 5, as I remember, and normally it was something around 100, like first, and then only the number which we can calculate with all the cancer diseases and all other post-accident diseases which it caused.
Do you have a number for that?
Do you know the reports of
Or no, not.
United Nations Scientific Committee on the impact of atomic radiation? There is this group,
Yeah.
The report.
and they did several reports on Chernobyl. Do you know this report?
No, this one not.
They say that immediately it was something like 30 something.
The first 5,
The first?
there's like 25 in the
And
team.
from then until now, eventually 4,000 not confirmed, owing to thyroid cancer.
Yeah,
And
the
that's-
most popular
that-
cancer in Ukraine.
I think this is the more authoritative opinion that exists today on Chernobyl. But we heard a lot that it was thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands.
Yes,
And
that's
it's not the
normally not
reality.
spread. The numbers are like post-accident death, they call it, but there is no like investigation about like is it only that reason, like is the Chernobyl catastrophe which happened, or it's the other diseases which the person have had before.
But that was studied in deep.
Indeed.
And that's why I think that with these metrics, we can demystify radiophobia, because this was studied. There is no accident that was so deeply studied like Chernobyl. And really now we have a metric that we can compare with coal accidents, gas accidents, oil accidents, wind accidents. So I think that we have scientific evidence
Yeah.
that where we can rely to state that nuclear energy, is the safest form of producing energy that exists today. And I think that this is very important to demystify this radiophobia that is based on the idea that people have, that was transmitted by Greenpeace and others, that there were millions or tens of thousands of fatalities.
Yes, jointly with this myth of the thousands and millions of the deaths was the myth of the mutation, which produced by also the accident. But there is only 3 cases studied of the mutation. One of them is in the Museum of Chernobyl, is the small piglet, which have had a mutation of the gene. And few on the small cows, which was also from the zone. So it's only that few cases which is studied and confirmed that it was from the zone. So it's also only mystifying and the myth, which also born and created by lots of authors in the films, and only few which we know, which are all documentary. The others are more ideas of the authors around it.
Say something.
We have another question.
Fukushima. I was in Fukushima reactor. They found mutated sunflowers seeds, a lot of them actually, and people were like, "This got to be Fukushima." They went to other places in Japan and all over the world, and the rates of mutations are the same, right? That's evolution. Mutations happen. Regarding the other
Like
fact,
Chernobyl.
the other fact, I think another scientific point, maybe not as scientific, is you mentioned, I didn't know it was 200, but the people that never left, yet, what's the name?
Pripyat.
That is basically
Yeah, they
Chernobyl.
still live there.
So that movie, Pandora's Promise, and a lot of people have gone there. And those people never left. Rates of cancer are not any higher than anywhere else in the world. They're happy. They're happy to talk about it because very few people go and ask them anything. So the evidence is that even the people that were, I don't know, is it 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers away from the reactor are perfectly fine. And this has been 40 years. So the evidence is really weak on mutations or early death or any. And I can tell you a personal story. My wife's grandparents worked on the nuclear weapons program of the Soviet Union. They actually live they just died, but they were living basically on top of a nuclear waste mountain. And the rates of radioactivity are very high. The people that live in that town are 100 years old. There's a theory, which I don't subscribe to, but it's called omnosamnesis, that actually low levels of radiation, because that's really what nuclear weapons and nuclear energy is, actually extends your life. So the evidence is I don't think that the evidence is as strong, but as far as causing early death, it's very weak. There's no evidence.
Yes, with the early deaths, I totally can agree, because there is it was not the story, not the legend, it was our family story, because we are living on the north part of the Kiev city, and in the night after 26th of April, my grandmother was always telling I just woke up, went to the balcony, and there was the windows open, and there was just not the normal dust, a bit more a red or orange color. She just wiped it with a dry vacuum cleaner and threw it from the window. It was okay. But nobody even can, and she lived long after, and it was, and that not because of the sugar diabetic, it was other thing. But it was that things which people lived through and still living in Ukraine, in Kiev, in the region near the Chernobyl and in Chernobyl area, and it's still their lives. So if it would be so harmful, I think it wouldn't be.
It's probably the stress that really does get people thinking that they will die.
Great.
Very well. Is there any more questions? Okay, so we can move on to the next presentation. So now I would like to introduce to you Pedro de Sampaio Nunes.
It's my turn. Applaud in the end, because you don't know what I'm saying.
As the former Secretary of State here in Portugal for Energy and Innovation, he played...
Science and innovation.
I'm so
not
sorry,
energy.
Science and Innovation. He played a fundamental role in initiating the nuclear movement here in Portugal, and he also has a lot of experience at the European Commission. And today he's a consultant on energy and innovation and he will be explaining us today why we went fast and furious against a wall.
Very good. So, yeah, a provocative title.
The title is already.
Very well. So, thank you for this opportunity to speak on one of my favorite subjects, that is nuclear energy. I was really director in the European Commission of new technologies for energy, everything but nuclear. So I started with exactly renewables, energy efficiency, oil, gas, coal, everything. And after I moved for conventional energies, I was director for conventional energy, that was everything but renewables. So I think that I have an overall view of the different technologies that make me believe, when I came to Portugal, that there was a big opportunity for Portugal to enter on nuclear energy, because there was no nuclear energy, and at the time Spain was starting with this big support to renewable energies that was at the time very expensive. So for me it was really an opportunity to start nuclear energy in Portugal, because they will depend on us. Well, I will make here a presentation if they will find a way to project it, yes. And I call it Fast and Furious Against the Wall, because I think that both Portugal and even Europe, we are driving fast and furious against a wall. In Portugal, because this wall is called the border between France and Spain, the Pyrenees, where there is not enough interconnection to allow to receive the huge amount of intermittent energy of wind and solar, basically, that are foreseen on the official plans. So the PNEC for Portugal, I think is the National Plan for Energy and Climate, and the PNIEC in Spain, that is the same, and there is an I don't recall now why, but if we can move. So this policy, at the time when I was in the government, I started to this discussion within the government. At the time there was a big spike on oil prices, and we were wondering what type of reaction we can have in order to mitigate this prices volatility of energy, and I started to defend energy. I did not went through. There was a big opposition based in the myth of radio phobia and the huge trauma that was created by discussion of Papel. When we wanted to do Papel, it was just after 3 Mile Island and after there was Chernobyl. So in Portugal there is this idea very much in the people's minds that nuclear is extremely dangerous, and if we are rich in wind and solar energy, we should base our energy only in renewables. So the fact that we started with this policy, so betting on a big investment in renewables, make that today we have one of the highest electricity costs of the world, not of Europe, but of the world, together with Germany and Denmark, and also Spain. In the world, you can see these color grades. The blue ones are the highest in the world, and this, I think, that is a consequence of this bad policy of betting only in intermittent energy sources. There is any way in the world where one system can live only with renewables. The only exception, I would say, is Iceland, because there are a lot of geothermy, and Norway has also a lot of hydroelectricity. But in all other systems, it's impossible to count only of wind and solar because of the intermittency and also of low density of this type of energy. We can move. We have not only in electricity much higher prices than the average. Here I'm speaking about the EU, European Union, than the rest of the G20 countries, but also, and this is owing to this, in my view, wrong policy of trying to push a technology that is renewables in the mix, abandon what was our strength, that was nuclear energy in the 70s, led by France, but followed by Ukraine, that are the two countries with the highest concentration of nuclear, but also with Finland and Sweden, where there was a referendum to abandon nuclear energy after Chernobyl that never was materialized. And now they decided that they want to go even with more nuclear. But we have also the same disease of perception of myths that do not correspond to reality with natural gas. Because in natural gas there was a revolution sometimes ago, some 15 years ago. That was a technological revolution, the only big revolution that exists on the energy field, because it's very conservative, that was shale exploration in the States. And so the shale exploration through fracking, that is a technology that was also described as terrible for environment, was not done in Europe. And so we have also something like 5 times more expensive natural gas in Europe than there exists, especially in the States. So we have this disadvantage, and we must know how can we solve this problem, because industry is abandoning Europe. They are going to China, they are going even for the States, because our energy prices are too expensive, too high. We can move. So, what is the problem of renewable energy that apparently are very nice? They are nice because the fuel is free. The problem with renewable energy is that in the end, as at this level of knowledge, you must know that all energies came from the sun, at least in the earth, and the sun is a natural fusion reactor, so all energy is nuclear, and fission is only to produce energy in the other way. So these renewable energies are very low in terms of density, what means that if you need a certain amount of energy, we must install a much larger capacity than what you would need with, for instance, nuclear or coal, because they are intermittent. So, and as they are also low in density, you need to have much more materials. And it was I have the same graphic in English that Bruno presented, that is on, he did not say it, but it was on logarithmic scale. So that means that you need much more space to install solar and biomass or renewables, because of this low density that you need for nuclear. And you need much more materials. It's much more concrete, much more steel, much more even rare and critical materials. They are all today in the control of China, that has been extremely clever in the way how they are dealing with the problem of decarbonization and control of critical technologies. So, if we need to have the hours that solar energy produce in hours equivalent, so refer to the installed capacity, are something like 1,600 hours from the 8,760 hours of the year. So 15% of availability, and for wind we have a larger number, something like 25% of availability. That means that if I need to satisfy my demands for electricity today, that are something like 50 terawatt hours, I need to install 5 or 4 times larger capacity than the one that I would need it with nuclear energy. This we can change. That means that in areas of the Earth where this has been tried, so there is other zones of the Earth where people were trying to get with renewables only to solve their needs, like California or like Germany. What is existing today, it is what Bruno already said, the curve, that now in California is already a canyon curve. That means that there is so much solar, so if you have 4 times what you need during the day, during those concentrated hours of production, we'll have much more that you can absorb in the grid. So what were they expecting? That technology would bring storage technologies to accommodate this energy and after to return to the grid. That didn't happen, it's still extremely expensive, and through batteries you cannot solve it along the year. You can solve it along some hours. You can store 4 hours, 6 hours or like so, but it's extremely expensive. So what is happening on those markets, it is that a lot of this market, of this energy, is purely curtailed. It means that it's produced and after is thrown away, is not used because they cannot use. And this is physically, in market terms, that happened on the last 4 days here, that we are so proud of having only renewables to supply our needs. The market, because they were completely saturated, the market value came to 0. So that means that with €0 per megawatt hour, nobody will invest in this type of technologies. So our objectives in terms of the PNEC will not happen because there is a lack of economic case unless the state make what made with wind power in the last years, saying anyway, I will pay the promoter a certain amount, so the feed-in tariff, that now is around €90 per megawatt hour. It was that mechanism with another mechanism even more bad, more pernicious, that create the huge debt that we have today, that decreased during the last 2 years because it worked like an umbrella, but now is exploding again. So the tariff debt. So if you can move. So I will now come to the wall. The fact that we have a very low interconnection capacity. Can we move for the next slide? And we come back.
Back. Oh.
Next. But there was one with well, there is no more. Well, I was showing the Iberian Peninsula with the interconnections that exist in the Pyrenees and also in the Gibraltar Strait, where we have 6.4 gigawatts in the year 2030. So this means that we have this capacity of interconnections. We have this maximum load. This is the maximum demand in the market, so something like 55 gigawatts. And we have a minimum load of something like 30 megawatts if we had Spain with Portugal. Mm-hmm. So the PNEC and the PNIEC intends to install something like 115 gigawatts of wind and solar. So what is the characteristic of these variable sources? It is that they can be in full production, sunny day, very windy day, like the ones that we have, and we will have all this energy for this demand that varies between these two levels. That means that everything that is over this will not pass through this small window. So we will have curtailment, like we have already a lot. So that means that the price will be zero and the energy will be lost. But the opposite can happen. So if we can have during the night no wind, and we will have zero from the variable sources, and we will have these normal during the night will be the minimum loads, and we cannot import this capacity. So we must count on the firm capacity that is basically nuclear or gas or coal. There is a lot of, not a lot, but we have some gas capacity that is underutilized because the effect of this load following makes that it's not rentable to produce with gas, so it became extremely expensive. That's why the costs are so expensive, because our model is measurements. So that means that an energy that has 11 gas-fired combined cycles in Spain now requests to the court to allow them to shut down this production because it's not competitive. So we are really running, if this would happen, I think it will not happen, because at a certain moment people will say that there is no return for the investment done in these huge investments in wind and in solar. But if the huge investors the plan are foreseen, we are really going against the wall in economic terms and in physical terms. So, if you can move, please. So, this is what I have just explained. Well, this was what I was looking for. So, in 2030, today we have 2,000.6 gigawatts. We have this interconnection that are under the sea in the Biscay Bay, and we will have 5 gigawatts. And here we have 1.2, but you can understand now why France is putting so much reserves in increasing the intercapacity. Because if they will increase the intercapacity, this means that these 115 megawatts or gigawatts of variable sources would invade their market, and that would put at zero the market value, and their nuclear base of production, of generation, will also will not have an economic case. So I'm pretty sure that they will not facilitate increasing the interconnection, because they don't want to contaminate their market with this disease that destroyed in Germany all the conventional generation. So, for me, either we very quick review our policy. I think there are some signs that at the European level things are moving, are changing, and the policy at the European level was very much shaped by Frans Timmermans, that was a vice president from the Netherlands, that has as a chief of staff someone from Greenpeace, that convinced them that the good idea, the idea that everybody will support it, is go for renewables, and they still have these campaigns of saying our policy is based on renewables because they think it's popular. But more and more people are not stupid, and they are seeing what's happening in Germany. In Germany is a total disaster. This energy van is a total disaster. They wanted to support everything with renewables, and they are not only importing a lot of nuclear energy from France, but they are also starting new capacity with brown coal and with coal. This is horrific in terms of climate change. But the case is not climate change, it's climate change, and the economic case is really disastrous. So I think that we must review at the European level our policy, that is wrong. It was based on the energy event, and more and more a lot of member states are calling for putting nuclear in the mix explicitly. But in Portugal, we have the opportunity, really, we have the opportunity, instead of depending 74% of external sources for our energy, I'm also counting with oil and gas, because oil is basically for mobility, for transportation. As we are moving, we are migrating for electrical mobility, with these needs that we can satisfy mobility needs with electricity. And so, if you would start from now a program with a nuclear power plants, and this is why it's so important to have young people like you supporting these ideas, you have clarity on this conception, we can be independent, because the electric vehicle is much more efficient than the internal combustion vehicle, much more efficient. So that means that in terms of terawatt hours we need today, we have 90 terawatt hours for mobility in oil. We need only 15 terawatt hours of electricity. So that means that if you, at the same time, we move for electrical mobility, we move from gas boilers to heat pumps, and at the same time, we build a strong, firm generation that only can be done with nuclear, we will have a completely clean, autonomous, and creating value and jobs in Portugal, and not buying it from Spain or from other sources. So this is what I want to say, and we can move, because I'm almost an end. I explained already this. So because there is no storage options today to solve the surplus at scale. You listen a lot about hydrogen. Hydrogen in energy terms, in efficiency terms, is completely is horrid, because to create hydrogen you need the electrolyzer. If you use renewables, you can use the electrolyzer only 1/3 of the time, because you don't have all the time renewables because of the factor of intermittency. So the hydrogen will cost much more than any other producer like Canada or Norway or Brazil or even Congo with their hydroelectricity, or France or Spain or Finland or Ukraine with their nuclear. So our hydrogen will be always non-competitive. And hydrogen cannot be transported, because transport hydrogen is a nightmare, because it's extremely dangerous. You need a dedicated gas pipeline, because it's a very thin molecule. So this is myth. This is real myths. Where is our went already away? But hydrogen is a myth. So I think that in energy terms, hydrogen have only niche uses, and it was the logical consequence of the analysis of someone who says, I want to build an only renewable solution. And if you believe that you will produce your energy only with renewables, you are led to the need of hydrogen. But this is, you start by the wrong hypothesis. So, to say, even on the renewable path, we are depending totally on China, because China today dominates all the supply of solar and dominates more and more of wind. All wind energy industry in Europe and in America are now at the edge of bankruptcy. So because China is much more competitive, and they dominate also the critical materials that are either produced or processed. So that means that we are really giving away our independence and autonomy if we are following the path of renewables. I think this was already presenting only to, this is a logarithmic scale, so it's even worse than we can perceive like that. this also Bruno show, nuclear is competitive either by extension of the existing capacity of new nuclear following the IEA. This is a LCOE cost, is not a total system cost, that is even better for nuclear. And the next, I think we are, that's why we need to review the energy policy that are really leading us to the wall if we will not overcome this fear of politicians to touch on the nuclear issue. The N world they fear because they think everybody is against. We know that today, by polls, that people are more inclined to accept nuclear than before, because people are not stupid, they are seeing, they understand basic needs. And I think that even for Portugal, we have really a big opportunity if we will start from now to copy the example, seeing the example of other countries, not reinventing the wheel, and see what were the countries that did well. Finland, Sweden, France, South Korea, China is doing very well on this, composing nuclear for the base load and renewables for the variable load. And I think that the more we put renewables, the more we put nuclear, the less we will need renewables. But anyway, renewables is always fashionable, and nobody can be against renewables because of this public perception. And we must look for Germany and Denmark to see this is a wrong model. It's not working, did not work. So, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any questions? Sorry, I think that.
Go ahead.
Please.
When you showed that graph, it had the surplus of energy in the Iberian Peninsula. You said that the energy that is not transferred between countries is thrown away. How exactly does that happen, and why is it not stored or something?
Because there is no storage capacity. So today we have a proven storage capacity and technology that is hydroelectric storage. So we can, using where it exists, because we depend on geology and natural conditions for that. When we have two basins and we have one dam, we can pump upstream the water, and like that, when there is excess energy, and like that we can store that energy. On the process, we lose something like 30% of the energy. Anyway, it is the more efficient today that exists, and all of that capacity, in my view, in my opinion, should be reserved to manage intermittency of renewables. So, in our view, we have 5 gigawatts of wind, more or less. We have 2 going to 3 of solar, but we can go up to 5, and we have 5 of hydro. Attention, this possibility only exists if there is not too much bad weather, because if there was too much bad weather, there is no more capacity because the dams are completely full, you cannot reverse and not use. So you can use in certain moments, but they should allocate everything to manage the volatility of renewables, because they are already there. We are not also shut everything. But batteries are not yet competitive. I think there will be a big decrease in costs, but anyway, they will not able to absorb enough energy more than some hours. But anyway, will also help to manage the system. But putting the batteries plus the renewables will have much higher costs than simply having nuclear energy in the basis. Any other question?
Yeah, but how is the electricity access disposed? So,
The dispatch, so REN, Rede Elétrica Nacional that make the dispatch alerts the producer, you must disconnect your production because we cannot receive more. If you will receive more of your production, the frequency will be affected and the system collapses. So they will alert the producer, you should disconnect your either solar or wind or whatever, because the thermal receive instructions also to disconnect much before. But this is how they done. Curtailment, even they launched a tender recently to give award for industry that says in those conditions we will stop our demands, and they receive a premium for reducing the demand to allow much more of this generation to enter in the grid. But this is not enough. You saw the difference between the volumes that we are speaking about.
I just want to add, I mean, there is an economic way of getting rid of this excess, and that's negative pricing, right? And that's happening more and more, especially in Germany. The prices are going really negative. So it must be very expensive to throw this, put it into some massive resistance.
Yes. In Portugal, you don't have negative prices. So our system do not allow for the time being for negative prices. But in Germany, on the North Pole, there are negative prices. But this is a signal to give to the producers and to the market how they should behave. But this will only react to a situation that physically says the system cannot accommodate more production. So we are producing because there is wind and there is sun, but the system cannot receive more electricity.
But it's also a way to trigger exports when you have them, right? Because I know Germany dumps a lot of their excess electricity to, I think it's Romania or Poland, I forget which countries. So it's also a way to convince them to just take it out.
Of course, it's an opportunity, and that we are using that opportunity with Spain. When Spain has very low prices, we use them to put in our dams, and we pump upstream the dams in order to fill the dams, and after we turbine that water when the market is high. This is possible to manage, to scratch the problem, not to manage a system like that. So this is what happens on the borderline. But conceive that it's possible to have the PNEC objectives plus this absurdity of 10 gigawatts of offshore wind. This is completely is as absurd as hydrogen. It's the same type of fantasy that for an engineer we know that is not workable. It's only politicians trying to dream and guess what the market will be some years from now.
Yeah, it's just to add that even if you have overproduction during the day, if you do an average over the years, you will see that the estimates brings you with a lot of with deficits overnight, mostly because you expect to have electric vehicles charging mostly overnight. Although people say that we will shape the load, etc., we will promote for people to charge anywhere in any other hours. Actually, what will happen is people return home, they charge. People return home, they have their heat pumps on, they have to cook, etc., etc. So we will need electricity in the evening, and in the evening sometimes you have wind, but certainly you don't have sun. And that's when you need not yet, at least, that's when you are going to need these loads. And also to complement what Pedro said about this bid or this call for industry support. So the bid was very localized, but they managed to get 36 megawatts of offers. So that's what they are able to unload now out of these bids when they do the contracts. So, but they expect that a lot of industry jump into the wagon and says, "I'm happy to disconnect sometimes when it's required. I'm here," which I don't think it's true.
It would be connecting, right? Because
disconnecting. When there is too much energy, they give an award, a premium, for industry that will be ready to disconnect in order to allow this production to enter in the grid. So this is that was called interoperability.
Okay, there were two calls. Yeah, and
but
then
this is more or less the same thing. The
and they had
mechanism is
that
the
call
same.
for the industry to disconnect when there's too much demand for the production. That's the 36 megawatts that I mentioned. It's a very limited call anyway, but they expect this to be the future. I have some doubts that the industry wants to live intermittently.
Plug and plug.
My question is due to the, how we can already face that we are saying about the opening the nuclear power plants in Portugal due to the same, in the same year, this year in April, Germany shut down the last 3 nuclear plants. What the cost-wise, to shut down such a big thing like a nuclear plant, to presume all that, to conserve all of this, and how it already we can see the influence of that closing the last.
There is a lot of studies, and the industry in Germany are now claiming that they should, and there will be a change in government. The new government without Greens will immediately, I think, restart nuclear power plants. They are already alerted to them. So I think that the cost of having no nuclear is even higher than the cost of building new nuclear. So in our case, what I think we have now, because there is also here a political interval, we will have elections in March, I think it's the time to put on the agenda this discussion. Because we are running fast and furious against the wall, and people are not convinced. People didn't realize what's happening. We are really destroying our basis of our energy basis. That is the first layer of any economy or any sound economy. So we should start discussing it, and cannot be only the same few guys that are discussing like us. We need you, young people. You know that in Australia has a law that forbids nuclear. It's completely crazy because Australia has a lot of reserves. We have also uranium reserves, so we can be domestically autonomous because we have reserves to fuel some power plants, nuclear power plants. But Australia has the biggest reserves in the world, and it's forbidden because Chernobyl, 3 Mile, and all of this campaign. There is a young guy, 17 years old or something like that. You can see in YouTube that is make a big press now and have a lot of impact. He's defending that Australia should go for nuclear. That's a clear case. So I think that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for coming. And thank you for all your questions. And now, even though we're running a bit late, I think we can all take a break. You can serve yourselves from our coffee break and relax a little bit, and then we'll come after. And you can also discuss with our speakers. Thank you.
Entramos já a seguir o painel.
Não, o Marco Nelson.
Não, o Marco Nelson. Mas o Marco Nelson está cá. Estamos atrasados 15 minutos.
Acho que vai.
I'm very happy to speak before you. Not that I would have no speech.
Usually you need to
Mark. I was just
enjoy your flight.
I was just suggesting that you watch your Australian. I watched it the other day. I haven't been following it too much, but you really gave an awesome Australian
the Australian thing?
interview.
That was difficult. So
Your sarcasm was like beautiful.
Thank you. I was playing against very difficult conditions. First, in typical me style, I had run up to the interview late from Minneapolis.
Where was it?
Five things in a row.
Where was it?
In Sydney Harbour.
Okay. Is Sydney?
Yes. So they wanted the picture of the opera house in the background. So then the other thing is I am attempting to develop relationships on the left in Australia, and I was going on the equivalent of an enemy sympathizing news source. So I asked my most skeptical, upset, and powerful Australian left-wing friend what I could do to show him that I was true to him, and I would take some risk by making the news anchor angry. And he said, well, if you can say anything bad about their favorite technologies or approaches, then this is the opportunity to basically show me that you're not lying when you say you're wanting to work with all political sides. So I insulted SMRs a little bit. And the thing is that the opposition in Australia does not say all nuclear, they say SMR, SMR, SMR.
Yes,
SMR.
that's something also that I don't like. Because SMR, yes, but you cannot destroy the case of the conventional nuclear reactor. It is much more efficient today.
Yep.
It is much more efficient. It exists. It's proven. SMR, we are developing.
SMR is a little bit like fusion, right? It still doesn't exist.
It's people who are really for nuclear, but are nervous to say it.
Or small countries, right?
Well, it used to be very small.
Yes and no. I saw the transfer capacity there.
What would
I saw
you say?
the transfer
10
capacity.
million people.
I saw the transfer capacity. There are countries smaller than yours that share reactors in one country between, like Croatia and Slovenia.
And Slovenia is now building 2 more reactors, 2.4 gigawatts. They are building.
And I want to add something
export.
else. I'm pretty sure that at this point, I don't want to spoil too much of my talk. I have very fresh things. I never repeat, and I have very fresh things from travels here. I'm pretty sure that where nuclear is going to happen, it will not lower emissions as much as people think if it's successful, because it will raise up new industry and power users quite nearby, and that the countries that are dropping nuclear will not have much. Yeah, countries that get rid of nuclear will not see many rises in emissions because of the devastating damage they'll do to the rest of their economic prospects, which is what we're seeing in Germany. This will be, I think you'll find this interesting.
But that also applies to renewable as well. So
it's not clear it does as much. That's the thing. And this is something that's very ironic because I believe in stopping climate change and reducing emissions. There's an aspect of building renewables that does more emissions drop than you expect because they damage more and help less than you expect. Which is, again, completely ironic.
It helps with the growth. Degrowth.
Yeah, it's degrowth, basically.
They help to degrow.
Yeah, I mean, where's all the capital accumulated from the great renewables projects of Europe? It's not. It didn't accumulate. It went away. It's not there anymore. You just used half a generation's energy, ingenuity, effort, time. Now they're, older than they were, those who built all that, but the money didn't accumulate. Very little was done, but great effort was expended. That's degrowth.
But you see the
but
example in
also
Portugal.
people that still don't have access to any sort of energy power.
Hey, you have something more. People who are losing access. I was shocked to go back. I was just in the UK for 3 days. And in that time, I experienced establishments that have turned off hot water to save energy.
Really?
I visited a cathedral near Cambridge. I actually can still barely walk. I ran to this cathedral near Cambridge because it was my favorite run as a student there. And I was shocked. It was the coldest day of the new winter year. And the cathedral, which always had these big heaters on, totally off. And it was Remembrance Day, so guaranteed very large visitation to the cathedral, and they just don't run the heat anymore. And I'm realizing, good job. In addition to the renewables not retaining and growing capital, they have to expend less on fuels because they can't afford, and they call it climate change action. And it's both. It's true also at the same time that it's not what you were hoping.
But what you were saying about industry, you can see that in Portugal. We don't speak about new industry. We speak about wind industry, solar industry. So industry now is around renewables.
Yeah, it justifies
so
itself.
Offshore industry. But what else are we building around?
Right. Exactly.
Governments are just keep on just pushing for them because not only because of French business and you know what, but also because it's new and they want to seem very.
You'll hear in my talk, it's no longer new.
Yeah.
It's now freshly not new. Just a few minutes ago, the CFO and COO of Ørsted just departed. The era of finding a renewables job and rising up because it's doing well, now they'll not be able to retain such good leaders because they will see that if you get into renewables and there's a little downturn, a little interest rate thing, something you can't do anything about, it's now a regular industry where you can get sacked for nothing you can control. And the best thing is to not do renewables projects if you don't want to get sacked at a renewables company. This is the first time, well, second time I suppose in Europe, first time in many parts of the world that this chopping is happening in renewables, meaning it's no longer new. There's an interrupt sequence. Same thing in the US. Along the northern seaboard of the US, a bunch of governments are seeing for the first time the end of the novelty and the special treatment of renewables. And these are democratic state governments that are themselves rejecting conditions that would save their energy programs. They're rejecting, and that's why this
and huge amounts of money to subsidize war and you know.
You're right. I'm just saying
all the way.
But these are different. You can
75,000.
EVs are very close to the user, and people typically like them. This is different from the renewables with the politicians. It really is. Where if the politicians make some political risk to get renewables and then people see them and don't like them, that's different than taking some risk to give money for electric vehicles and people get in them and say, I like that I'm in a vehicle. These are things that are very recently emerging. And it's not clear where the results will be, but it's certainly leading to a new conversation in the last, accelerated from the invasion of Ukraine onwards, a new conversation in many quarters about it. Then we just have to turn the words from SMR to all nuclear, where even in a small country, do not go in saying, we are small, therefore let's look only at the small reactors. It might be, you're small, therefore Spain and Portugal work together to restart nuclear by getting a facility that they're co-investing in. That's the scale of thinking. Or we are building a facility that is too big for local needs at the start of the facility, except that 40% of the power needs are sold to entities that will construct their facilities to be co-located, at least in the grid sense. Maybe not literally next door, but just down the wire or wherever the easiest junction is. And that may be what justifies a larger reactor, a larger project than you would expect looking at usage.
And nowadays it takes pretty much about the same time to build a huge one or a big one instead of it's not like that.
At the moment we don't know.
Here's what I would say. I welcome you about that. You're all at risk of hearing me say the same things I'll say in a moment, but on this recent podcast I said in New York, eventually in exasperation was pointed out to the host, China can build anything they like. Keep pushing the order button for AP1000.
They know what to do with it.
But
it's like building a PR 1400.
They're satisfied with Westinghouse, an American company directly competing against them overseas. They're satisfied with Westinghouse getting a couple $100 million per reactor over and over again.
Maybe you are the decision.
Westinghouse is getting ready for Ukraine.
But Westinghouse is getting the contracts, the key deals. Westinghouse never needed really. It always ordered it from even its own competitors like Russian engineering. always was one of the companies making Westinghouse reactors, and then they made a competing project to Westinghouse while still making Westinghouse reactors. I mean, it's a more complicated story.
I know China doesn't even call it
I asked exactly that a few weeks ago. It's straight to the engineers. Do you know what they say? They say even in China they call it AP1000. C8 is only for outside offices.
I read that somewhere.
Is there a
No, it's not.
I know not in this one.
Not in this fluorescence.
Okay, never mind. It's okay.
The only thing when you go into the discussion of a big reactor, this is something that we have already discussed. Going to share with Spain, you enter into sovereignty problems, and there's a lot of people that do not like it. They don't even want to.
How are you going to solve the sovereignty problem with the renewable system?
Yeah, but well, they call it Iberian market, and that's it. But if you are sharing a reactor, it's completely different.
Right.
So, well, it's a faction. The other thing is when you have a problem on a Spanish reactor, you also feel it here. We had some weeks ago, a few went down, not because of the reactor. It was one of them. I think it was a transformer that failed, and another one was some problems on the generator.
Well, then it's time for a fair turnaround. You can have Spain feel the problems from a Portuguese reactor.
Yeah. No, but what I think is from the point of investment, SMRs would make more sense because you could phase the investment. That's one of the big advantages. You could start slow and then you
assuming we actually are good at building SMRs that have craft labor demands that are frequently unfavorably prevail to the
it requires some trust yet.
Do we know when the first SMR has been built and licensed?
Yes, of course. There's Viva 440s all over Eastern Europe. Those are SMRs designed to be produced within the country.
The Russians one.
Installed well, only designed. They don't do anything else. But they were 440. They're designed to be for very small countries with small grids, totally independent. They're designed to have 2 generators per 440 megawatt reactor, so they can almost operate like 2 20 megawatt reactors, which is quite clever. They're designed to be shipped by road and rail, no water transport necessarily, within small countries, totally made by the supply chain of those small countries. So there are successful operating SMR programs already. The question is whether we want to go back to the past.
Sorry, we want to restart.
Oh, yes.
It's already over there. Yeah. We're ready to restart. If you could sit down. You can take some food to your seat if you want. Just open voice.
So, Erin, speak up.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm sad that I couldn't be there with you in person, but this is the next best thing, so here we go. So before I launch into my screen, we're gonna hear from my colleague after his presentation, and I'm hoping to take you on a global nuclear advocacy tour, shedding some fun, lightness into, at sometimes feels like, oh, nuclear is a lost cause, or that it's not built fast enough. So, does it work? Can you see my screen all right?
Yeah.
Yes, we will be seeing you in a minute.
All right.
And I think we're good to go.
Okay, so yes, title of the presentation for today is Behind the Movement, Fueling the Nuclear Resurgence. We hear this term a lot, that a nuclear renaissance or revival is coming. And I think that majority of the time, the energy is focused on the politics and maybe the economics and those in academia. But behind the scenes, there is this thing called advocacy and advocates talking about nuclear energy. So hoping to take you on a global tour of some of the actions, campaigns that I've been a part of and that my friends have been a part of that I want to shed light on. So a little bit about myself. So my name is Paris Ortiz-Wines. I'm the global organizer of Stand Up for Nuclear, which is a global initiative that advocates for protection and expansion of nuclear energy. And my background is in the environmental sector, in the humanities. I grew up here in California, so the quintessential place, I'll say one of the birthplaces of environmentalism, and grew up on a beautiful beach. We call us coastal elites, had nothing to do, I had no idea of energy, nuclear energy, didn't know we even had a plant until 6 years ago. So to give you a background of where I'm coming from, my lens, my scope, and so for the past 5 years, I've been in, I'll say, the nuclear advocacy space, working with advocates, organizations to plan pro-nuclear campaigns and actions around the world. And so this is Stand Up for Nuclear. So this is our global initiative that we launched in 2018. So Stand Up for Nuclear, as I mentioned, is this initiative to advocate for protection and expansion. And how we do that, back in 2018, a group of organizations in the EU and with us in America came together and said, you know, a lot of the existing reactors were under siege, were at risk of being closed, and there wasn't much talk about it, right? Politicians were saying it's a done deal, we're not moving in that direction, 100% renewables. And what we find, maybe you all can agree, is that there's a beautiful vision, a messaging around renewables, right? This 100% vision that allows us to redeem ourselves and to make the world whole again and to be sustainable. So for us, we wanted to see this for nuclear. And one of the ways that we thought we could do this, a simple way where it didn't involve, you didn't have to be of a certain background, of educational background, anybody could participate, and that's through public engagement. And so we hope to serve as an international hub for nuclear activism, resources, and power action. And we want to create that vision through us doing these events that nuclear is cool, bring the color, the good vibes, as us young people say, for nuclear. So it's not this thing where it's kept in the closet and it's not talked about, because that's what happens usually in many spaces until these coming years. So the reason why we wanted to focus on the light, the color, the energy is because, as many of you know, these are the images that an entire generation grew up seeing, right? There was backlash against nuclear weapons, there's the Cold War, the rise of environmentalism, and nuclear energy back in the 50s was seen as this beautiful, miraculous technology that could possibly power everything. And that shifted in the late 70s and 80s. And these images are powerful. You see these, you see the HBO series Chernobyl, and these are the images, the feelings that are cemented in people. And so even if you don't know much about nuclear, you'll be like, oh, I think it's bad because I think, you know, bombs, or I see these, I reference these photos. But now the idea, of course, is to counter that. It's been very easy to be anti-nuclear, and we are making sure that that will not be the case. And of course, to help with the algorithm, when you go on Google and you search pro-nuclear or just nuclear energy, we're hoping that these images come up to counteract the other ones that people have been seeing. Now, so let's start our tour. So we got 15 minutes to go through some of these global campaigns. And of course, I wanted to start off with the one that is most dear to my heart, and it's in California. So this is one of the most beautiful nuclear plants in the entire world. I'm not biased by any means. And this is Diablo Canyon. So this is our last nuclear plant, provides 15% of our zero carbon electricity. And we were told back when the decision was made to prematurely shutter it at a very young life in 2016, we were told, politicians, it's a done deal. We're going towards more renewables, solar and wind. And of course, this is not what happened. I'm happy to report that we got an extension for 5 years, but how did we make this happen? Because many of my friends, even some in the abroad, thought we could never do this. California is one of the birthplaces for anti-nuclearism. So let's take this through, when we're talking about the resurgence of, it starts with saving the existing, and then we start talking about the new ones, and then we have some losses. So with this win, so back in 2020, these were the orange skies in California. It became the poster child for climate change here, at least in our state in the US. It was showing, basically instilling some of the fear like, oh my God, the climate apocalypse is upon us. And of course, this is the same time where we also didn't have enough energy, electricity for our own citizens. And California saw its first rolling blackouts in 19 years. Luckily, I wasn't affected by this, but many people in the LA region where they used to have a nuclear plant saw extremely high prices for electricity, and also there's certain neighborhoods lost power for about 24 hours. And this is in the state that is the 5th largest economy of the world, proclaims itself as a climate leader, and when a heat wave came and some fires, the perfect mess, we were left holding the bag, and people were stumped of how could this happen, right? And so let's take you through the milestones. So basically where our group comes in, I detailed this timeline, I won't go into each one, but basically within a 2-year span, the importance of having a group, of having people that talk about nuclear energy is keeping the topic alive, even if it is behind closed doors, one-on-one conversations, because when the timing occurs, when politicians or let's say another entity is looking for the new answer, we need to be there. And so the little star is the moment where our group, who had been assembled over a year and a half, were notified by the governor's office, who had changed his mind, that we need pro-nuclear support of this legislation. And that's where we came out in force and actually outnumbered the anti-nuclear. This was a 7-hour call. It was extremely taxing on all of us, but that was the moment where us, meeting weekly for 2 years really came and made an impact. And of course, it's beautiful. I just want to say how it started, how it's going. Within 2 years, I welcomed everybody to the WhatsApp that was going to be saving Diablo Canyon. So a small group, around 50 now it's up to 100, but the core members were around 25 of us. So it's not a big group. However, I mean, with quality over quantity, sometimes it just works. So this is just a little recap of some of the images from our demo. We held the largest pro-nuclear rally that we believe the United States has ever seen. There's many anti-nuclear protests that are well documented, but ours that we did for Diablo Canyon. Now, I'm gonna maybe go a little faster, but this one was the US. This is Byron and Dresden, and because of, this was a state where I want to highlight where California was a done deal. People thought we shouldn't die on the Hill. Here in Illinois, for these 2 plants, we were like, how could this be? This is part of the Midwest, very union-centric, industrial nature was there. We thought it was in the bag. There was bipartisan support, and we had to fight way harder than we thought. And so this campaign was around a year. And so we had, as I mentioned, union support and some political support, but we saw, of course, anti-nuclear environmentalist groups come out of the woodwork. And so my point with this being is that this should have been a slam dunk. It was super close, and our actions of doing phone bankings and standing up outside of the Capitol did make a difference through op-eds as well, and they were saved. But dear Lord, it was on the last possible moment, on the last day that they could be saved, is when we saw the decision. And so this is our group, a couple of images from our campaign. And my point with this again is that timing is critical. We can't control all the factors, but consistency and showing up and having people that can just even call, even if that's your one action, call your politician and say, we want that bill. So there's a wide variety of actions that many of our members take, but it's important that groups are there to counter the voices that are skeptical about nuclear. Now, on to, let's say, a little bit more fun and light. So Italy, as you may know, a country that did once have a nuclear energy program, had reactors, but then squandered it and lost it. And importance here, this group was founded after Fukushima, so back in 2011. They've been doing the hard work of trekking along, and it is, I would say in the last 4 years is when they've really seen growth and movement within their membership at least. And now there has been some movement in utility in Italy to look into nuclear. Of course, it's through maybe new nuclear, SMRs, but still the interest has started to grow. And with this organization, it is 100% youth-led. They had over 300 volunteers this past year and held 29 events in 22 different cities, all throughout September, all the way to November. And this was their 5th year participating, and they did educational outreach, and each city has their own different flavor. And Mark was able to go to one of them, and it is truly inspiring to see them do this year after year, and it benefits the organization, but also serving as a resource now that the conversation's getting started. This is kind of what I'm trying to hone in on. And with Denmark is one of our favorites. So Denmark as a country does not have nuclear, right? But it does have lots of wind. But within the past couple years, conversation has been shifting around maybe biomass isn't clean. Actually, how much wind do we actually consume and is part of our electricity mix day to day? And so this group, the conversation was non-existent. Nuclear was something that other countries did. It wasn't on the table. But with this group, youth-led as well, these beautiful people just started talking about nuclear. They met at some parties. They throw house parties for nuclear now. And now they are advisors to politicians and are being invited to debates. They are well-liked among the media and are occupying the nuclear, I would say, voice for Denmark. And so they're hoping that within the next couple of years, the moratorium will be repealed. And with the Philippines, another country that almost had nuclear, but then didn't. So they have a plant that was built, never started, heavily politicized because of the person in power that allowed the construction of the nuclear plant. But because of the energy crisis, we're seeing that, of course, you need energy reliability, energy sovereignty is a big piece. And also for the Philippines, you know, it is unjust that these people pay extremely high electricity prices and have to turn and are dealt with certain hours where they don't have power. So this individual, Mark Kuanko, is one of the advocates that has been fighting for nearly a decade behind the scenes for nuclear. And now nuclear energy is included in their national energy plan. And now there's talk about restarting the plant. And this is the only pro-nuclear organization in the country. More are sprouting up, more students are getting involved, but these individuals had a direct effect on including nuclear for the country. Now, not all advocacy is sunshine and rainbows. We here in New York lost a plant, Indian Point, and so this was the plant that powered all of downstate. So New York City, if you guys have ever been, the beautiful lights, the city that never sleeps, this plant was powering that beautiful city, and it was lost in 2021. So with the resurgence of nuclear, we have some saving of existing, but we also have losses. And these are the losses that are propelling, we use for the case for more nuclear, to show what happens when you lose a plant, when it shows what happens, what it does to the community and the people that work there. And so for us, we wanted to honor the 1,000 women and men who lost their clean energy jobs and put these beautiful yellow helmets. We hand punched every single one, zip tied them to the fence, and put them outside a park in the entrance of the plant. And so our efforts, although sad, were heavily covered and featured in National Geographic. And the importance here, of course, is that, as I mentioned, it used to be very easy to be anti-nuclear. And part of advocacy and saying we like nuclear is to say, no, this was wrong, and we're going to document it. And there's going to be photos of it, and we're going to be in the media saying that actually people didn't want it to close. And of course, here are some images for you to show that emissions did increase. It was replaced by fossil fuels. Within the first month, we saw changes, and then we documented year after year what that was replaced with. And so although we see people spouting that solar and wind will replace it, it's only a couple percentage points, majority is fossil fuels. Another one I want to highlight with Belgium. So we did lose 2 of these 7 reactors, working on saving the rest of them. Elections are coming up, so this next year, stay tuned. But with this one, timing was correct. Was similar to New York. We were not going to let it slide. On the day of the closure, we were there. We invited our friends from other international organizations within the EU and invited the media out because of the past 4 years of doing events there. This individual here on the bottom left, Paul Bozens, had those connections with media, and those were the people that showed up at this event. We were covered in dozens of media outlets, and actually politicians showed up to our event. This is important. This is, as we say, a skin in the game. You are there showing presence with advocacy and advocates, and it may not, it's a risky move for politicians, and they were there. So we're slowly seeing behind the scenes, the cabinet, the prime minister, I'd say the government, not cabinet. The government is slowly pro-nuclear, but elections are going to determine it. And polls are now saying they're polling extremely high in favor of existing. And of course, another one, emissions increase. Now, energy generation is more polluting in Belgium than in neighboring France, but of course, not more dirtier than Germany, those fools, still burning coal. So, I mean, Belgium's at least got that. But 13%, a total of 13% more CO2 emissions came from electricity production in Belgium the first half of the year from the closure of those 2 reactors. One point maybe to point out before I go to the global stage. So in the EU, it's a little bit different, right? I think Greenpeace is an Extinction Rebellion, and maybe Fridays for the climate strikers are, let's say, the more anti-nuclear voices, environmental voices. Here in the States, we have Sierra Club and NRDC. And we have superstar Marvel actor Mark Ruffalo, who's anti-nuclear, as well as Leonardo DiCaprio, who supported the closure of Indian Point. So these voices are the ones that have not been challenged, have been able to be the status quo. But I am so happy to report that is no longer the case, that in the EU, we are now seeing from our friends at Replanet, they launched a Dear Greenpeace campaign in opposition to their anti-nuclear stance. And what they're going to be doing, in addition to the petition that all of you can sign, which I can send over, is that they are planning to hopefully fund a lawsuit to join Greenpeace against the EU if we're including natural gas and nuclear, but in defense of nuclear. So we see that we can do events, we can do tabling events, we can do phone banking calls, but there's another level of legal action and actually doing a public campaign against this environmental giant. Now, to finish off, I wanted to highlight the global stage, right? So as we all know, energy crisis really shifted things in the past couple of years. Timing and momentum is now on our side. This is where our voices are needed even more so. So I've had the privilege of going to the climate conferences for the past 2 years, and we'll be going to this year. And so in this space, we have access to, this is Jennifer Granholm, the Secretary of Energy for the United States, and we got to personally meet her and thank her for her support and for voicing support for Diablo Canyon. I got to meet AOC. We have a fellow friend of mine who's getting interviewed by media. And so the Nuclear for Climate, which is the booth that we all assemble under, is the only pro-nuclear civil society booth in the entire conference. We are the only ones. We have recently, the IAEA will be having a booth as well. They had one last year, and hopefully the World Nuclear Association. But to just show that the level of, let's say, disdain or disinclusion of nuclear energy is so large, However, us occupying that space are serving as a resource. And for many of us, many people that come up to us, we're the first point of contact that has ever talked about nuclear energy to them. So we have a wide variety of individuals under this Nuclear for Climate banner, some that work in the industry, some that work in just energy, and then people like myself that do a little bit more advocacy, touchy-feely stuff. So all of us are needed on this stage, and this is where connections are made. And of course, to finish it off, if you want to get involved, come through, follow us on Instagram and Twitter. On Twitter, we left many of our social media platforms, we highlight all the other groups that are doing it. So you may see somebody from a different neighboring country like Spain, the group that we are helping out there. And of course, if you want to have your own, stand up for nuclear action. And I want to reiterate that this advocacy, many of us may be put off by that word, but it has a wide range of factors. It could be from having a simple conversation around nuclear versus hosting an international event. So it's a wide variety and a range for all of us. And so I encourage you, there is a movement out there, this resurgence, the nuclear conversation is elevating to, what's it gonna cost? How long is it gonna take to build? But I'm telling you, this energy and vibe is also needed as well. And these simple conversations, this is what starts to change the social and cultural fabric around the topic. And it is needed, and I encourage you all to, if you don't want to do it, maybe support those that are doing it. Thank you.
So we have time for a few questions for Paris. If you ask a question, please speak up so the microphones can detect it.
We can repeat.
Yeah, if Paris doesn't listen, we can repeat the question.
Okay.
Okay.
I have one. So, Paris, hi, thank you for the presentation. It was awesome. We don't have here in Portugal a way to phone our politicians. In fact, I believe that right now, apparently, some people consider that to be a crime. So,
He will be tapped.
So, considering that, what would you advise us to do in order to get in touch with our politicians? How can we get their attention?
So what I found out, in the past couple of years is that politicians aren't really leaders. They go with the flow. They go where the energy is. So what I would say, what the Danes have done, for example, I think it's a little bit similar. I don't think there's this open connection with the politicians. However, what they did was through media articles, through debates, through making connections with journalists, they were able to use that. I would say that influence, leverage that to put pressure on the politicians. Because after they became big in the media, that's when politicians came to them and were like, oh, who are you? And game sees game. I don't know. There's some of that with your politicians. But I would put as much pressure on them outside if you can't directly communicate with them. So, which is a pity. I love being able to call mine and tell them what I think.
So it means through the media, and and through from your experience, is it better to be someone known in the area to have that voice, or the younger the better?
I think we can work with what we have, right? For the Danes, at least, they didn't have any, when they began, there was no social capital. Nobody knew who they were. They had an organization title that nobody knew, right? Maybe among the youth. So depending on who you are, let's say it's you, we would identify your profile, what your special thing is, and then you would submit articles to journalists. That's what they started doing. They basically would write it up, and journalists, are limited on time. They'll print it out and start talking about nuclear. Then you become the resource for them, and they make you important, and they start referencing you in the media.
Paris, May I ask you
Yeah.
a question? How do you deal with this permanent criticism on in the West it's not possible to build fast and on budget reactors? They came with Flamanville, with Olkiluoto, with Hinkley Point, with Vogtle, and we have some difficulty in answer to those realities and facts.
Yeah. So using my experience here in Vogel, right? When Vogel came online, us advocates didn't really know how to feel. We really loved it. We were so excited that it was finished, right? Like, dear Lord, thank God it was finished. Like, we were really worried that it wouldn't be completed. But what we had to do, how we've been able to frame it, is it was a damn shame that it took this long and it took this amount of money. So being realistic, saying that portion when you talk to people, regardless of who they are, that establishes a little bit of trust. And you're like, oh, you're just not this like fanatic that's not in touch with reality. It was a damn shame. But then also with each reactor, after the second one being built, you could notice that the construction times got a bit faster and the teams actually knew what they were doing. And so how we choose to phrase it is going to be even worse if we don't continue to build them. So there is a recent report from the Department of Energy. It's Advanced Pathways to Liftoff for Nuclear. And there's some numbers in there that we reference. Basically, if you build a certain amount of reactors, this is how much we estimate them to cost. This is how much we can bring it down. But of course, there is a little leap of faith in the sense of you have to go all in and you have to set up the infrastructure. So with Vogel, right, like supply chains were not really established. So I think if we're able to use these examples, highlight what went wrong, what did go well, and how that's going to contribute to why we need more. And of course, if you want to just say a really good project, you look at the UAE. Of course, there's good factors in the UAE, right? Like they're a rich country, and they're like the politics is a little bit different, right? So it was a little bit easier for them. However, on cost, on budget, on time. So you can reference that one. So I think if we're just a little bit honest, and then also financing really needs to get up there. There needs to be lowering the risk for those to invest in nuclear. And that's where we call upon our friends in the financing and in the politics sector, because I don't know what that's going to look like. And maybe you do, but I reference to them.
Hi, Paris. Bruno here.
Hi.
I have one question. Who is the audience to speak the most about nuclear? Who are we able to convince about nuclear? Because if you read the book of Lee McIntyre, the one about how to talk with science deniers, you see that the ones that are fully convinced, you will never change their mind. So what is the strategy? Who are your audience? Who should we target first?
Right. So I'm part of the millennial generation. And what I find, at least with my experience when I first started out, my generation has no exposure, no pun intended, to nuclear. They don't know anything about it. The ones that don't have fear, I think all of us in this room can identify who's like super anti-nuclear is never going to change. The fear is just so embedded in them, and maybe they're part of a certain generation. So who I would target is those that really don't have an opinion about it. And there's many of them. There's this window, this area that people that are just kind of neutral. And many of them, if you go to like a tabling event, I've been to many, I just went to an arts and culture festival this past year, and I was talking with people, and my God, like many of them just were like, oh, I don't know much about it. Like, can you tell me something more? And it was young people, both women and men. So there's a certain demographic that doesn't know anything about nuclear. And that's where we can see the most movement. And also, and maybe an interesting one, those that are opposing, for example, maybe it's fossil fuels, but we've seen it with solar and wind, like the big parks. There's the growing backlash against big renewable projects. Those people don't have anything to support. They are just anti-something. So if you see a group that is maybe anti-dams, anti-wind, anti-solar, and anti-fossil fuels, actually. We've seen it in many countries that we start to build relationships with them to hear them out and to give them a solution because their road isn't as sustainable. You have to be for something as well. You just can't be a hater, as we say. So there's a movement in Washington. If you want to take down dams, let's build some nuclear. If you don't want wind, okay, open your existing ones back up. We have to have energy. So there's friends in curious places. So I would explore maybe some groups in Portugal or organizations or people, and start there. See where you can start to see some movement.
So, me again. Picking up on that note, one of the troubles that we face, not just in Portugal, in Spain as well, and I believe you went through that already with Guilherme, is that the divide between openness, it's not pro-nuclear, but more open to nuclear energy and more open to be anti-nuclear energy, goes along the lines of the divide between left and right and progressive and conservative, which at least here in Portugal and the US as well, I believe, does not give you a stable horizon to invest. Do you have any particular messaging on how to try to change, for instance, the progressive minds on that?
So kind of how to like depoliticize it a bit so it's a little bit more stable among both parties?
How did you do that in California, for instance?
Well, in California, right, we basically the California independent operator, the electricity grid was like, hey, we're going to be short this amount. And then Governor Newsom's people were like, hey, do you want to run for president? Because if so, you can't have rolling blackouts. You can't have any more blackouts on your watch. Okay. So the fear of climate which is energy reliability. Like when you need it, you just need it. Like climate went out the window for a lot of countries with the energy crisis, right? Like they immediately started signing contracts for more fossil fuels. So what we're hoping to do is maybe nuclear is never going to be as sexy and as exciting as renewables, but what we can do is make it boring enough but essential enough where it's just like you need it. Like if you just want to keep your grid operating, like we'll need to do it. And a hope here in the United States is Biden's administration. Well, of course, when I say Biden, I mean his people. It's been one of the more pro-nuclear ones. There's been a lot of funding into nuclear, and there's been more support for existing. So what we've seen, it's just multitude of factors of like what happened in Texas too, the winter freeze. Like things need to work when we need them to, and I think we're kind of returning to the sense of you just need energy. So I think use that, like the current events, to just help the politicians move, and maybe it's not this new futuristic thing that's going to be so cool. Maybe it's just like, you just need it. Like, it's just like railways, you know, like, and maybe some freeways. You just need to have it to work for your nation.
Thank you.
Okay. We have time for one more question.
What are your plans for the future? Do you have any more plans that need saving?
Yeah, so luckily in the United States, we seem to be okay right now. California, we extended it for an additional 5 years, but we're going to have a 20-year license. So we're working on legislation to make sure that that's enabled for the full year. So that's long-term. Actually, it's not long-term, 5 years. It's like 3 years, basically. In the EU, Belgium is continuing down its nuclear phase-out. So unfortunately, I believe a reactor will be coming offline next year or early next year. But there are going to be elections for Belgium next year. So with the new government, things might move really fast. And those plant operators are willing to keep them on. I think there's some energy. And then Spain. So Spain they plan to have their reactors start closing in 2027. But with any big project, right, with nuclear plants, we need some guarantee, right? Fuel needs to be ordered, maintenance needs to be conducted, we need to keep workers on site. So there needs to be movement this next year in Spain for the phase out to be stopped or delayed or altered. So Spain and Belgium, there's at risk. Germany already lost theirs. France is looking like it's going to be pushing for some new ones. And I think in general, plans for the future is now that we have some existing saved, now it's how do we elevate nuclear to be included in energy plans. There's moratoriums here in the United States and certain states that we need to repeal. And then, of course, it's like, all right, how do we get interest in building ones? And that's where the real hard work happens. So we're looking at 2 countries and then, of course, maintaining and growing the rest of the movement.
I have a question for you. Hi, Paris.
Hi.
Consider this. In Portugal, we have had in the past a lot of anti-nuclear for a long, long time. The current government, which is has been here for almost 8 years, close to, they are going out sometime soon, probably because we are going to have elections anyway. But we have never had any sort of nuclear reactor working for energy. And if we talk about one, we have about 10 years ahead of us before we might have one ready.
Yeah.
How should you, in your opinion, how should be the best possible approach to first get people sensitive to the issue as a whole, and politicians as well, as far as they would say, well, we have renewables, we are doing pretty well, the future looks bright, so why nuclear?
Mm-hmm.
What would be your approach? Thank you.
So, yeah. So maybe, so on the top of my head, so California, right, I would call a politician's office and they would be like, you're the first person that's ever talked to me about nuclear energy. And I'm like, dear Lord, like we were a state that was going to go all in on nuclear back in the 70s, but went towards an efficiency route instead. And so what I would say is I think you can, all of you in this room, different backgrounds, different approaches, different, I would say, skill set. So putting as many pressure around, it's not only the politicians, but media, right? And then also universities. We are, there's many students in the room. We can start at the university level to make sure that there's even like nuclear energy being talked about in certain classes. And then also, one of the ideas, I forget which country, I think it was one of the African countries, were like, okay, well, what if we look to maybe get like a research reactor or develop their program a little bit further so that when politicians say, well, why nuclear? We don't even have anything. Like you could reference back to your developing talent that you have at universities. And then to the point of, many people are now saying, well, why go to nuclear as a climate distraction? It's too slow to build, right? I think you can reference back, like we use electricity maps very frequently. So you can show people, where your actual energy is coming from. And I think also, many young people, I used to be young, I guess, but that I was like, I want to live in a world where we have enough energy and it's clean. And you, in Portugal, I bet is like California, you guys are putting a lot of climate goals into the air and saying how much power you're going to need. And so you're like, why would we limit ourselves? That's our message in California. Why would we limit ourselves? We should have more nuclear because we have a moratorium. So that's our next step to lift that. And then also use FOMO, like reference the neighboring countries or the countries that you guys are allies with. Be like, they got it or they're looking into it. Why wouldn't we have it? So I think trial and error, like I feel for you being in a country that has like anti-nuclearism and they're like, it's a non-starter. However, there are little ways you can poke holes and there are people in this room that you guys can start figuring out what the best pathway is for Portugal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to have Mark Nelson, head of the Radiant Energy Group.
One and only.
Yeah, the one and only.
in the flesh.
It's funny you say that. I know you mean one and only for me, but there was another company that started energy and.
I want to watch it. Can you leave me on? So I can see it?
There's a YouTube link, Paris.
Yeah, there's a.
Tell him I said that.
It's in your group on WhatsApp. As you know, you told everybody to use WhatsApp.
Well, if you want, for sure.
WhatsApp, Doc.
If you don't mind having this in the back, that's okay.
Okay. All right. I'll stand here under the P of Paris and talk to you all. My name's Mark. I trained as a nuclear engineer. One of the worst times in history to train as a nuclear engineer. Probably the worst time to train was maybe graduating in 1987. That was a really bad time. Another bad time was what I did, which was graduating in 2013, right after we had 3 reactors meltdown at Fukushima Daiichi. But it wasn't just that. I'm an American, and it's a lot easier to get nuclear jobs in your home country. They didn't seem to need me in Britain. I went home to America straight into a giant natural gas boom. So I don't know if you guys in Europe are ever going to have any more fossil booms. That might be over. But going home to nuclear right into a giant fossil fuel boom, that's the fossil fuel that specifically competed with nuclear plants, with many of our nation's nuclear plants located directly on top of the gas fields, with these electricity markets that were invented as sort of a way to stay busy and experiment with our most precious infrastructure. It turns out killed some nuclear plants, but they have made some fixes so it doesn't kill our infrastructure as fast anymore. So all in all, it was an absolutely atrocious time to go into nuclear engineering. But wait, there's more. We were also seeing a collapse in the apparent cost of wind and solar power, which made an extremely good combination with the natural gas, because both sides could play nice with each other for a while and say, well, you handle the daytime solar and we'll ramp up at night, or you handle the windy days wind and we'll cover everything else, and we'll try to gang up and kill the nuclear plants to release all those crowded clean energy wires and fill them up with our slightly fossil fuel powered clean energy. So these were the times. I couldn't find a job, so I had my little cute Cambridge University nuclear engineering master's certificate, and it is hard to quite describe how dispiriting it is to be a smart little boy who gets all the good grades and the scholarships and go into something that I thought sounded like it was going to save the whole world. It was really exciting. But I made a terrible mistake that almost none of you could ever make. I was 10 years too early. And a phrase you'll hear in the finance world is being too early is the same as being wrong. Now, I found my way over to a group of crazy pioneering environmentalists in California who said that, wait, actually the numbers show nuclear energy is good. Why are we against it if it can help us save the environment? So I was there. Actually, one of my very first compatriots in this is here, Cesar. And it really was an earth-changing moment. It was still extremely lonely. Most young people at the other environmental organizations, almost none of whom feared nuclear at all, a theme we'll come back to in just a moment. They thought we were dumb for trying to save nuclear because we could just do everything with wind and solar, and we could see already that nuclear was obviously too expensive, or else why would they be shutting off in these hyper-rational, extremely good, and totally reasonable electricity markets we just invented a few years earlier as a lark. And I was an outsider even among young, clean energy people interested in environmentalism in the city I was living in, San Francisco. So it was this almost a crazy moment where we're seeing nuclear plants get turned off all over the world, not just in America, where we had a huge amount of fossil fuels being promoted by organizations claiming to fight climate change, but also in countries like South Korea, where they don't have any fossil fuels, and they don't have a friendly situation going on the peninsula. There's a They had a nuclear-armed neighbor who said, "We will destroy you all." And then they were getting rid of their only secure energy source. That was what it felt like in 2017 and 18. And then I would meet people who say, you know, I'm starting to reconsider nuclear. You know, the French really love nuclear. And then I was traveling to France where I met young EDF engineers saying, I'm the only engineer in my generation here that likes nuclear. And then they passed a law to force close, numerically it would have been about half their fleet by 2025. Yeah, they passed that law in 2015. If you're wondering about the timing of Putin turning off the gas pipelines and invading Ukraine, it all fit together really, really nicely. Seemed to have almost nothing to do with climate stuff either. It was just, and I told you I would come back to this, there's a generational issue I want to tell you about. You young people are not afraid of nuclear. In fact, I've almost never met a young person who is properly afraid of nuclear. I've met young people against nuclear. I've met young people who looked into it and decided it just wasn't for them. They weren't against it, they just weren't interested. But it's only been a few times in my life I've met young people who are actually scared of nuclear. And they're scared about it in a way that's similar to almost every older person I've met who's scared of nuclear. It's about the bomb, the nuclear bombs, which, to summarize a long period of exploring and talking to literally every single human I meet anywhere on planet Earth with a lot of travel, what they think about nuclear, here's the general picture. There's a generation that grew up with traumatized parents who had seen the incredibly ugly effects of World War I, but at least all that sacrifice gave them peace. Then it didn't. There was a giant World War II with unprecedented kinds of slaughter, not just of the participants, but also of the cities themselves, burned to ashes, 100,000 or more at a time from conventional bombs. Then they saw the war apparently get ended. Historians still debate, they'll debate forever, but apparently get ended with a nuclear weapon. And then there were more, which is kind of natural, you make a weapon and use it to end a war. That generation who grew up with parents traumatized by World War I, that just kind of made sense. But then their children grew up in a mostly peaceful world, again summarizing, at a level of prosperity never before seen, and a level of increasing danger with intercontinental ballistic missiles and powerful hydrogen bombs that meant that no child would ever sleep totally safe ever again in human history, potentially. And they also saw that any authority figure they might have looked to, the Pope, the President, the generals, anyone, everyone was living under the same threat of death, the same mushroom clouds. And this is a generation that didn't even have the proper experience of fighting in World War II and feeling what it felt like to be in mortal danger every single day. And they saw a world where only a few things could truly end this new prosperity. I'm talking about what we would call in the US the baby boomers. It was the nuclear weapons, and they saw it as part of a package of evil that included, say, industrial technology or wars of choice from the rich countries, the way they thought of it, like America and Vietnam, or capitalism, if that was the thing they were against, or remaining authoritarianism left over after the brutal World War II conflict. And the baby boomers often had a moral revulsion against all things nuclear. They had almost no ability in many of the powerful countries to affect the nuclear weapons, but what they could do is fight, often successfully, against nuclear power. So, in my country, we've got, almost 100 reactors. Clearly they weren't completely gotten rid of, but in other countries where you had a very strong fossil fuel need, not many fossil fuels bestowed upon you by luck, by nature, by God, you needed nuclear. You didn't get it in part because of just enough opposition at just the right times and just enough either voting, politics, personal preferences of strongmen, whatever. Some countries didn't end up with nuclear. That's yours. For those of us who ended up with nuclear, we had this following problem. Once nuclear was evil, it became a little harder to get the absolute top cutting edge talents. And I don't just mean like the engineers, I mean the people who would go into the business structures, into finance, who would keep promoting nuclear projects at all levels of government and society. In fact, we lost the media, we lost Hollywood. Nuclear was seen in purely cultural terms as deeply conservative, as unwanted, as technocratic, as anti-democratic, and it basically hasn't shaken that image until now. What's happening now? Let me skip forward a few generations, and what we have is a world where probably every young person here having their first conscious memories after the fall of the Soviet Union, maybe a decade after, depending on the ages of some of the young people in this audience. And the bad news is there's no apparent difference in the level of threat to all of us dying from nuclear weapons. The good news is you don't have room in your heads for that because you're worried about other existential risks that have crowded it out a little, like climate change. And the way that was fairly dark. So let me put it this way. The young people in this room, you, me, we are the first nuclear native generation in global history. At some point, with our prehensile little fingers that claw and open and explore, and our big heavy brains that lead to, you know, weird babies that take years to develop, and then we make all these complicated noises and communicate over distance and time using inventions like writing. At some point, we were probably going to discover atoms and split them. It happened to happen in the time of even some of the people sitting in this room. You are living now with people who lived before atom splitting. Well, we could do a check, but even last night, 2 nights ago, I was at Cambridge at this, the table with the visiting fellows of the college, some grand old economists, and one of them described the feeling of being a young man, a sophomore at Princeton University in 1962, and seeing flight after flight after flight of airplanes going over his head, taking troops unannounced at that time down to Cuba to prepare for an invasion of Cuba, because there was a new situation that no one had ever faced in human history, which is, what do you do about a foreign power close to you with weapons that can kill everybody? It just hadn't. So we were experimenting, and the stakes were everything. And we're not dead, here we are. And we have the nuclear native generation sitting here, getting your degrees, some of the older nuclear natives here, starting to take some reins of capital and of government for the very first time. A lot of the folks on their way out who are handing over, sometimes kicking and screaming, the reins of capital, handing over the institutions they've shepherded or that they've destroyed. And this transition is happening from those who saw it as the height of moral reason and righteousness to stop all things nuclear. They're handing it over to young people who have a wide array of other things we think might end the world. I want to give you a specific example of what I kind of see in this changing from the non-nuclear natives who were traumatized by the shocking increase in the power, destructive potential of nuclear weapons to carry on rockets across the world, to us, where, although that's still true, it's been true for many, many, many decades, and we see other problems in our coming up in our lives. I want to say this in terms of science fiction films, because I think this is the best single example I could show you. There's lots of spoilers here, but you haven't seen these films, you're probably not going to see it. Go to YouTube and watch the parts that I'm telling you about. In Terminator 2, the big fear is that advanced robots and AI will launch a nuclear war and kill everybody. A main character has a dream vision of this. She's napping on a table, and she sees herself, watching herself above the city of Los Angeles, sees herself as a mother with a small child in her arms, and screams and yells, but nothing works, because this is a dream, and that's how this works. So the nuclear bombs go off in this vision over San Francisco, and you, the viewer, at a movie theater in, 1990, 1991, right before the end of the first nuclear era, you have entire movie theaters full of people watch as a young mother is depicted burning to death, crumpling up over her burning child, as San Francisco is engulfed in a ball of flames, and then the dreaming character gets skeletonized, blasts with radiation as only her skeleton is left dangling on a chain link fence. Right. So that's the vision of James Cameron, one of the great filmmakers of all time, one of the greatest boomer filmmakers, yeah? Only 10 years later, he's handed off his precious IP to other people who make Terminator 3, which no one really remembers, where this fantasy of the world being destroyed by AI launching nuclear weapons, it actually occurs in the film. Sorry, there's the spoilers. It occurs in the film, and it's treated as a character development moment with inspiring music for the main character. It says, oh, well, now that 5 billion people have just died on screen, this new character is going to have to take responsibility and grow up and get business done, maybe in the 4th film. Roll credits. That's the difference between Gen Xers and younger making a film about nuclear war and the traumatized generation that first saw this dawning horror and no way to affect it. Then you get to young people who haven't even seen these films, probably wouldn't even like them. It doesn't even mean anything. And I've started to see maybe the generation after us online say some very interesting things. I've seen people claim that nuclear weapons are fake. It's a conspiracy to scare us into not making our lives richer and cleaning up the earth with clean nuclear electricity. In fact, we're going through a transition now where almost everything that you could see online earlier about nuclear energy and in the media and stuff was bullshit, anti-nuclear bullshit. We're now transitioning to a glorious new era of almost every single thing you see coming online about nuclear being pro-nuclear, with much of it also bullshit. But on our side, I guess, if you're for nuclear. Doesn't mean nuclear isn't good. I think nuclear is amazing. We're going to build a ton of it and save the world. But that doesn't mean that individual statements are true per se, right? So this is the moment. For better or worse, people before were traumatized by a thing they couldn't do anything about, and they fought the thing they could, nuclear energy. And then now, you young people realized, wait, we're still here, we're still alive this year at least. What can we do in our lives to change things? And you're finding nuclear energy, which I think is correct. You can use nuclear energy to change things. That brings us up to the present. This is my 5th stop on this most recent trip to Europe, and my last one. I was in Bratislava, Slovakia, where my government put on a sort of a show where it's like, America loves you all and we want to provide you with nuclear reactors. You should buy them from us. And this is a really big advancement because other countries have been doing this for some time. They've actually delivered those reactors. I would like to be a part of an America that can also build and deliver reactors like we used to on this very peninsula, you know, back in my parents' generation. So I went from there to Vienna, where I checked in with friends at the IAEA and just tried to, you know, gauge the mood. How are things feeling from Vienna at this weird moment in time where they don't just have responsibility for looking out for nuclear energy, they have responsibility for looking out for the nuclear weapons proliferation. Hopped over to the UK, where I studied in Cambridge, checked in on people I know there, and hopped into London, where I met a gentleman I think I'm going to work on a nuclear book with this sort of weird new message, I suppose, that we're the first nuclear native generation. For better or worse, it's up to us to finish the work of the first nuclear generation. And now I'm here. Here's a few very, very, very emerging trends, especially for those who heard the previous speakers, who I thought were really wonderful. Here's one. Nuclear reactors that are being turned off by countries like Germany, that's going to lead to way more emissions drop than everyone expects, even the people turning them off. Because they're not turning them off to save the climate, they're turning them off because they have psychological issues. Anyway, so the Germans are going to see really impressive emissions drops, and all it's going to cost is everything. It's because they've taken the last cheap, reliable energy out of their economy, there's a lot of things that Germany has been doing to make money, to provide for the world, that will not make sense going forward because you don't have that really cheap low carbon energy to blend into their really high cost electricity system. In fact, I don't even think we're going to see their electricity costs go up much. That would imply a supply and demand imbalance. I think they're going to be perfectly fine on supply and demand imbalance because there won't be much demand. Already their electricity consumption has fallen below pandemic year levels, and their electricity production has fallen much lower to that, so they're going to need any of the power that France can struggle to learn how to make again after they're coming out of their long anti-nuclear fever dream with the same people in charge now who were there conducting the nuclear phase out. That's what's really funny to me. But anyway, there's always time to learn, and it sounds like they learned just from the Ukraine crisis, slapping them in the face as hard as possible. So what does this mean? It also means that for the countries that build nuclear, you might not save emissions as fast as you expect because industries will flee places that get electricity and energy wrong. They will come to any society driven enough, competent enough, confident enough, quite frankly, to build a nuclear plant again. I think it's going to come from taking the most recent generation of large, plain old light water reactors, the kind that we've used for a long time. I think those are actually technology that won a brutal battle of competing technologies from a time where almost anything was attempted, almost anything was possible, and there was this long, many decades process that gave us the astonishing reactors we have now, which have these characteristics. They're functionally immortal, meaning they keep not wearing out. Each year that passes, we kind of tack on another year to the expected life of these reactors. It's just the metal's really good and the damage is too small and our repair and upgrades are really good and we're so bad at making new ones that why would you tear down one you already have? Some of those reasons are good, some of those reasons are not so good, but the end result is we've got nearly immortal nuclear reactors from the point of view of anyone with a, say, 50-year career ahead of you. Many of the reactors on now will be able to do another 40 to 50 years. Cool, right? That's pretty impressive, and it's not true of some of the competing reactors we've stopped using, and it might not be true of some of the alternative designs that we end up exploring if we have tons of extra time and money to play around with, which some countries will have, some countries will not. As an example, Russia is really good at making nuclear plants. They have some of these alternative designs that they've made. They share a lot of the features with some of the new designs people are proposing, and Russia doesn't expand them as fast because they're just a little bit more expensive to make if you're already good at the regular nuclear. That doesn't mean we can't explore new things. Doesn't mean that some of you aren't going to launch another nuclear startup. I think that'd be outstanding. It's very high risk. You might be destroyed, or you might be able to make some advancements and get acquired, or even get into what we really need, which is project development in nuclear. Young people of this room, what we are missing is young people to say, I want to construct nuclear. Well, what design? I don't care. I want to construct nuclear. What do I need to learn from big infrastructure projects, from construction management, from civil engineers if you're not a civil engineer? What do I need to learn so that I can be a trusted people bringer together person who can construct really large things? That's what we're specifically missing, even if we were to construct small reactors. That's what we're missing. Here's another thing I'm saying. The wind and solar era, the first one, is ending. What's happening is we expanded wind and solar an immense amount, dropped their costs an immense amount, and the value of their electricity dropped so much that all of that led to not accumulating much at all. What I mean by that is, if you're a company in the old days of electricity and you built a power plant as you said you would, you operated it as you said you would, you supplied electricity to the grid, you typically made money on that power plant and could prepare the next power plant to be built using the already built plant that made electricity and made savings. Then you built the new plant and then you could use that money to build the next one. Well, this cycle has now broken. In many of the world's electricity markets that don't really deserve the name markets, but that's what people want to call them. So in many electricity markets, you have wind and solar, or you have existing plants that are coming to the end of their lives, but they didn't save up any money. There's no money there to build the next thing. We have a big cliff. We're all leaning up at the cliff, and some people said, that'll prove we're going to build tons more wind and solar. But it's not happening like that, because the previous wind and solar didn't make money, except that it was subsidized at rates that the politicians were assured would come down. And yet the price of electricity is very high, even though we're not having to buy expensive fossil fuels and isn't much a supply. It's a big conundrum. It's a big, complicated situation that's very hard to understand unless you saw one of our previous slideshows. It's because it is physically not a good system. That's why the money eventually stops coming in when people turn off the tap from outside the system. Okay, so we have this electricity issue where the next generation of wind and solar is standing there waiting to leap as long as we give it subsidies as big or maybe even bigger than the previous generation, even though that didn't lead to those making money. Crazy. We have a sort of a slaughtering of the big European wind executives that has started today and will continue. Ørsted, one of the world champions of wind, they were escalating wind to the planetary scale. They were on their way, and now they are busy firing their executives and saying we need to cancel more wind than we're actually building. Will they come out of this? Maybe. It's hard to say. But the truth is that wind and solar now exist in the real world, the one that nuclear's existed in for some time. And if nuclear has to play in the real world, and wind and solar have to play in the real world, where they are actual objects, not abstractions, where they have waste instead of no waste, where they should make money so they can build new ones, not just always be asking for money from the outside, then they don't look as good as they did against the nuclear technology that is now no longer scary to you young people who are about to step out into the world and start taking on management and decision-making responsibilities. So there we are. I've caught us up right to the present moment where, humans have figured out how to split the atom. Took us a few million years of biological development, a few thousand years of cultural development. We split it just a few years ago, had a big panic attack from it. We've survived the awesome power we've unleashed in the weapons world. We've not barely begun to unleash all the power in the energy world. And I think that going forward, after this shocking and dislocating moment in our history here on this planet, we're going to build a lot more nuclear, and it's going to be talented folks like you who are going to get it done. It was an honor to watch Paris describe so beautifully what's been a painful, difficult, and confusing process of seeing how we can spread the light, I suppose, to countries around the world. There's a few young people here who have put this together just over, I don't know, we had a conversation over coffee, and then they met some of the visionaries who kept the coals burning for a really long time under extremely lonely, painful circumstances, watching the world go a different way, wondering if you were going to die like Cassandra, strangled by a snake or whatever, whether you're going to live to tell the tale of how you kept the coals burning until the young people could discover the message. And two people in this room are coming with me to COP28 to see how much we can learn in 2 weeks from the other movements around the world that are a few years further on. If you find it in you to continue on this nuclear energy journey, just know that the sky pretty much is the limit. I think we're going to save all the nuclear plants in Spain. I think we're going to turn on at least some of the ones in Germany. In the minutes before I came up here to speak, got a nice message from a German politician saying that he's finally ready, with several others elected to national office, to make a statement and put together a plan for how, if they win the next election or get a ministry in the next election, his political party will make a plan for how to turn these reactors back on and which steps would be needed to take starting today in order to ensure a smooth return of Germany to nuclear, at which point, that's kind of it. If Germany's for nuclear, America's for nuclear, Russia's for nuclear, China's for nuclear, the young people aren't scared, you need the energy, you want to protect the environment, we're going to have a nuclear era, and you guys are going to be the ones to permanently launch it. So thank you so much for having me in. Thank you for
Thank you so much, Mark.
Yeah, of course.
So we are a bit tight in time management, so we only have time for just a couple of questions.
But I will be sticking around, and we can have informal question and answer if you guys have time after our panel.
So make yourself comfortable for a couple of questions.
Go for a question.
Yeah.
But any questions for now, or just want to save them for later?
Maybe you can save them for later and for an official coffee break after.
Okay, we will save questions for later. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Algumas cadeiras aqui à frente, viradas para o público.
Aqui não. Tá bom.
I can't speak Portugal.
Não sei.
Eu acho. Relativamente.
So, everybody, our following speaker will be Luís Guimarães. He's the Nuclear Fusion, and he's also the co-founder of Green Planet Portugal. And the slides. Oh yeah.
Slides. You want
He's also a former student of left at the time. I've now left. I spent a lot of time in this room.
Really?
And over on P10, P10 used to be our former students' room. Do you have something to switch this slide? Oh yeah,
they have.
But now you were eating. In my time, I spent a lot of time in this room without eating. It was really cold. Yes.
How it's possible in Portugal and not eating?
Yeah, there was no eating.
So just a quick question. I'll speed up the presentation while they are sorting out the technical aspects. So yeah, I did a PhD in nuclear fusion. I worked for Bruno for not a couple of years, like 15 years almost.
With me.
And then I left to make a career. But there was always this small hole that I was not contributing enough for humanity, so I decided to join Replanet together with João over there, and we founded the Portuguese chapter. So
it's not working.
The pointer is not working, but we can stay here.
So when I do like this, okay, so go. So and again, so Replanet, like I said, just a small shameless plug. Our 4 pillars are agriculture, global prosperity, rewilding, and energy. This presentation is going to be. I will share this presentation. This is more like something you can refer to later. Since it's a little bit big, we're going to speed things up with a little bit of history. So what happened so far? What's happening? And what can happen, especially in Portugal? So what's the history over here? So, quick short story. 1895, Röntgen discovers X-rays, Nobel Prize 1901. 1893, Nobel Prize for Henri Becquerel and the Curies. So he discovered radioactivity some years before. The term radioactive is actually coined by Marie Curie. Funnily enough, the father of Henri Becquerel discovered the photoelectric effect, which only would be explained by Einstein in 1905 with his Nobel Prize. So, and Ernst Rutherford, which has an amazing career. So he discovered the atomic structure in 1911. He was already a Nobel Prize recipient in 1908 by his experiments on radioactivity. Goes and discovers the proton in 1919. So he had an amazing career. So 1920. Arthur Eddington, which was one of the few people that originally understood Einstein's work, actually comes and says, wait, I can explain what's happening in the sun. It's barely 100 years after we can explain how the sun actually works. So he came and developed the concept of nuclear fusion. And this was kind of a shock because it meant that people were returning to the ideas of alchemy, that elements could be turned into other elements and so on. So this was kind of a shock, but scientifically comproved at the time. So, and then Chadwick in 1932 discovers that the proton is not the only component of the nucleus. There's also the neutron. Nuclear engineer begins. So these are all Nobel Prize winners, as you can see. So 1938, Hahn, Meitner, and Strassmann discover nuclear fission. So 18 years after fusion becomes an idea, fission is also an idea. And again, alchemy is now part of the menu. So only Hahn would receive the Nobel Prize, and it's kind of a big deal historically. 1939, over there on the right, just a year after the discovery of nuclear fission, people are already discussing nuclear power. So the goal was always, since day one, was always to power cities and power the industry. Originally, it was never about the bomb. It was always about development. And in 1942, Fermi and his team in Chicago, inside the gym, they built a nuclear pile. So for the first time in history, humanity can actually control and sustain a nuclear fission process. And then this happened. So 1945, the world changes forever, because now the concept of the atom becomes widespread, and people automatically associate it to bombs. For this part, go and see Oppenheimer. So, in Portugal, what's happening? So in 1926, fascism comes into place. 1933, Salazar becomes the the ruler of Portugal until 1968, 1970. The regime would only fall in 1974 with the Carnation Revolution. And there was one thing that was bothering Salazar enough. If you read some of his biographies, you can understand he's quite a paranoid figure with the image people have of Portugal. And he's also paranoid with much about everything. So the history that I'm going to present here on Portugal's side, you can scan it from this. This is a very nice PhD thesis from a lady that's actually, she was a secondary student, and she did her PhD at the age of 80. And I found this recently, and it tells the story between 1947 and 1973 of all the developments in nuclear in Portugal. So, 1945, just after the end of World War II, the United Nations are formed. Portugal is not invited as a founding member because the Soviets veto the process. There's no formal relationships between the two countries, and Salazar is absolutely paranoid about the Soviet Union. 1949, NATO is formed. So now we are a founding member. So the thing is, this is Salazar. For those of you who don't know the picture, he's funny trivia. He's actually the source for J.K. Rowling's Salazar Slytherin in the Harry Potter novels. She wanted the name of somebody that was a bad dude. So yeah. So and he wanted Portugal in every possible international occasion, like event, association that could actually exist. And he also wanted to develop a nuclear structure at the time. Remember, this is just after the year of World War II. Nuclear is everywhere. And he wanted to know what's happening. So he knows that there's no know-how. Basically, at the time, only the US have enough know-how, but everybody wants it. So there's actually like a brain race to develop nuclear industries around the world. So, but his worldview is the Americans, we can trust them. France is full of commies. In the UK, there's a huge downhill relationships with the UK because of the interests in Africa, because there's a lot of things going up in the colonies, and we'll go back to that. And in the end, he decides to just send PhD students everywhere so they can just bring home the bacon. So, and for the part of the institutions, so he wants really, really prestigious institutions, world-level institutions. So he forms two of them. One is the Estação Agronómica Nacional, so to develop and modernize agriculture and to make agriculture something, especially in the colonies, trade with the colonies and with other countries, and the Energia Civil, Laboratório Nacional de Energia Civil, which was, the goal was to modernize the country, and they actually built a lot of hydro that we still use today. So watch this space. And these two are actually kind of forgotten persons from Portuguese history. In 1947, so Salazar wants to build a laboratory, but he's again completely paranoid. So he makes a purge of every single scientist that's against the regime. So everybody that's supposed to be a communist sympathizer just goes away. And then what does he do? He recruits a Spanish nuclear scientist, Julio Palacios, to come to be the boss of the Portuguese laboratory. And then because Julio was also not having a good time in Spain because of Franco. And then these two, so Manuel Valadares, he was a communist sympathizer, he returns to France, and Branca becomes one of the main figures of the physics laboratory, but there's a problem with Branca. She's a woman in 1940. So she's actually they both were the PhD students of Marie Curie, and basically she has to train the people that are her bosses. So, 1953, very important speech is made at the United Nations. Dwight Eisenhower, the US president at the time, makes the Atoms for Peace speech, and he wants to share nuclear technology for the benefit of all mankind. 2 years later, the IAEA is formed. And Portugal is a founding member. It was invited to be a founding member because at the time we were a uranium-producing country. Fun fact, it was not uranium that was the rage at the time. It was radium, because radium is the daughter product of uranium. And it was used as a beauty product, a health thing. And that's actually what killed Marie Curie, but that's another story. So, what happens between the United Nations speech and 55? So in preparation for the formation of the IAEA, we get the Junta de Energia Nuclear in 1954. And the goal was to have a research reactor to train people with a cooperation with the Americans and the UK, because we are selling a lot of uranium to them, and to bring home a reactor to train people. However, there is a problem. So while both of the other laboratories, so these are supposed to be the three golden institutions of the Portuguese state at the time, while the other two have a definite goal, the junta really, it's like, are you going to build a reactor? Are you going to train people? There's never like a mission statement at the end of the day. So this is a picture of the reactor we had until 2019. So it was a pool-type reactor, a 1 megawatt reactor. It was the Reator Português de Investigação, so the Portuguese research reactor. And its first criticality is in 1961, so a couple of years later, but still. And this was supposed to be the training ground, but for many years, the discussion for where to install a nuclear power plant raged, and it never reached a conclusion, as you know. So, however, there was a lot of work done in the laboratory, and the story is really nice, but it never really amounted into much more than training people in scientific careers. And the reactor was dismantled in 2019. Not dismantled. Not dismantled.
The fuel was removed.
The fuel was removed. Okay. So the story of the laboratory is actually the story of the laboratory is documented in these books. So buy them if you want. They're written by somebody that worked in this institute his entire life, so they're well documented. And in the meanwhile, in the 50s, commercial nuclear power plants start to pop up around the world. So there's Obninsk, which I think Mark doesn't like it to be the first commercial nuclear power plant. There's Calder Hall in the UK and Shippingport in the USA. However, they are very small compared with what we have today. So today we have around 1 gigawatt, and these were 50 to 60 megawatt electric power plants. However, in 1952, the Americans already had a nuclear submarine. So they already had a working nuclear reactor inside a vessel. And if you want to learn more about this, the nuclear naval program of the US, search on Google for Admiral Rickover. It's also interesting. So, meanwhile, the civil engineering laboratory is deploying hydro a lot, like really deploying hydro around the country. So, so this is Castelo Bode, maybe one of our most famous dams in the country. Only 159 megawatt top capacity. But by 1957, the national utility issues a report which is, we have no coal, we have no gas, we have no nothing, and hydro will not be able to meet demand in 20 years. So by 1977. And then maybe fission fission could be a window to the future. And I extracted these statements from a very interesting personality from LinkedIn. Can follow him here. The message is hydro was the workhorse at the time, and it was going to fail, and everybody knew that. So go. Meanwhile, in parallel, something that Mark also touched on. So the traditional environmentalist movement was developing around the world. And then there's these two books that completely changed the narrative. So the main message is simple, is people are evil. And we must return to our traditional pastoral roots. We have to live in caves to protect Mother Earth. So, and then all the hippie culture develops from this. And then there is this statement, I didn't clear out who said it, but something like, people are like children, and the worst thing that can happen is if some cheap, abundant and clean energy source comes along. And this is the mantra of the traditional environmentalist movement, which is still around today with a lot of force. And the funny thing is, not funny, but depressing, is some of the ideas derive from eugenics, with the racial and colonial tones really toned down. So, of course, they are anti-nuclear because they are anti-technology. So, in Portugal, who do we have? The rock star of anti-nuclearism. So, this was a former professor, as you can see by the background. He was from the school. José Delgado Domingos. He gives scientific credibility to the Portuguese nuclear anti-movement. because he was a professor from IST. However, he passes away in 2014 being a climate denialist. He never believed in man-made climate change. He never believed CO2 was causing changes. And he is like the key figure in the anti-nuclear movement in Portugal. So, 1973, the oil crisis comes, and this is a definite moment in Europe. So the price of the oil basically quadruples in a couple of months. And again, Portugal is thinking about building a nuclear power plant to be independent from fossil fuels. France, however, decides enough is enough. So I don't know if you've seen this graph today. So France, this is the timeline of building reactors in France. Basically, they built 54 reactors and then plus 4. So 54 in 20 years and then another 4, which it was already, it's another study. And it's called the Mesmer Plan, and this is a very important moment in nuclear history. And it was named by the French Prime Minister at the time, Pierre Mesmer. 1974, Carnation Revolution, so just a year after the oil shock. So the revolution is happening while the oil shock is still present. So there are talks to build a nuclear power plant. And the construction, the first initial stages of construction is actually starting. So in 1976, in the town called Ferrel, which I flagged in the map, there is an idea to build a 1 gigawatt nuclear power plant. And then everybody that's anybody is there protesting the power plant. So there was a lot of famous singers from the revolution. They all opposed all the cultural figures opposed the nuclear power plant. Everybody that's anybody is there protesting the power plant, and it's almost a riot. And Delgado Domingues is carried in shoulders as the hero that stopped the building of the power plant. What's happened in the newspaper at the time, in the media, so newspapers? So it was the day that in Portugal, in my opinion, blatantly lying about nuclear power became commonplace. So basically, the clippings that you look at the time is basically, we're going to do this to build bombs. Or the power plant would cause untold pollution, would increase cancers on the population, and the death of many maritime species. This is the translation from the clipping on the right. So basically, this basically was like, if it didn't kill the nuclear movement in Portugal, it really, really made them. What happened next? Let's go downhill even further. 1979, Mark just talked about this. So 3 Mile Island, the first nuclear accident that's actually considered a nuclear accident. It was a big nothing burger. So there was this dude that got the equivalent exposure of a chest X-ray. However, this is a spectacular fail in communications, and people think that are be untold cancers around the country. The craziest coincidence about this is that 12 days earlier, there was this movie called The China Syndrome, where there was a fictional accident in the fictional California nuclear power plant, which is being hushed because everybody is corrupt in the nuclear industry, and the meltdown of the core would melt the earth and would go all the way to China and kill the Chinese. So that's why it's called the China Syndrome. And then let's forget a little bit about how gravity works. And this is actually a movie made by Jane Fonda, which was one of the biggest voices of anti-nuclearism in an international level. Now she's actually regretting her positions at the time. She actually campaigned against closing Diablo Canyon. Well, a little bit. Delgado Domingues goes to bank with this, and he writes untold amount of articles about how 3 Mile Island is a huge, huge accident. Let's go further downhill. 1986, Chernobyl. There was already a presentation about this. There was this is the graph from our world in data. This is what the World Health Organization and UNSCEAR think about the case. Less than 100 direct deaths, and up to 4,000 people may have increased probabilities of developing cancer in their lifetime. Reactor 3, this was Reactor 4. Reactor 3 from Chernobyl, which was just some meters away, operated until 2000. The rest, there were 4 reactors, and they all operated until 96, and then I think 98 and 2000. That's when the other ones were closed. So there was people still working at the site. I'm not saying it wasn't a huge accident. I'm saying, dude, there were people still working at the site next door. And after the shock. And the thing is, there was a funny thing in Portugal. So people already had so many content about 3 Mile Island, they don't update the slides. And they consider that 3 Mile Island is even worse than Chernobyl and some things that I read. So, what happens in 2006? 20 years later, we have to wait 20 years until the discussion comes into the table again in Portugal. So, there is Patrick Monteiro Bar, an entrepreneur who wants to build an EPR in Portuguese soil. And his principal consultant is right here on the first row, so ask him about the project. The funny thing is, maybe it's a coincidence, the date of the news is 25th of April of 2006. The Prime Minister at the time was José Sócrates, which was before the Minister of the Environment of António Guterres, the current Secretary General of the United Nations. So, there was this famous program on TV called Pros and Contras. Maybe it's before your time, but this was a space for debate every Monday where everything that, like, sometimes it was really awful. And in 2006, the price of electricity is going up again. I believe there's a big increase in the price, and nuclear becomes the talk of the day again. Why? Because now we have the Kyoto Protocol. So now climate change has to play into the equation of generating electricity. This pros and contras was always a debate where it was like 2 against 2 with a moderator, or 3 against 3 with a moderator, and this was the only one where Sampaio Nunes was alone against the entire. It's a funny watch.
1 against 3.
It's a funny watch. It's a funny watch. Like I said, at the time, 2006, Sócrates was the prime minister. We decided to go the renewables way. So, 2011, Fukushima. So things keep getting interesting, right? So the largest earthquake on memory, the largest earthquake on register. Nobody died from the radiation. It was a huge tragedy. Yes, there was a lot of deaths from the tsunami. There were a lot of deaths from the earthquake, but nobody died from the radiation. There is one contested death from a worker who died from lung cancer in 2018, but he was a heavy smoker. However, the utility decided to give him the benefit of being the death associated with Fukushima. And this was basically the final nail in the coffin, especially in Germany. So, but climate change is a real thing. So these, like I said, this is the nuclear rollout in the percentage of emissions from France. And this is the energy value that you already seen today. I'm not sure if this graph was shown. I only arrived at around 5. No. But the thing is, the sun and the wind don't do the things on their own. So we need to think all our opinions. So what happened in 2022? The tables are starting to turn. So in 2022, the European taxonomy for sustainable activities included nuclear energy because people are starting to look at the Excel sheets and starting to see things are not adding up. The thing is, like that was already discussed, can we do it this time? I hope we can. So, in this renewables against nuclear again, I'm not sure if this graph was shown, but in red we have the Portuguese electricity generation rollout from renewables. In blue we have the Danish, which are like the champions of the wind. And the Portuguese deployment since the early 2000s, and in yellow compared with the 4 reactors in the United Arab Emirates, Baraka, which was already discussed. It was started to be discussed in 2009, and then over the top here is the expected electricity generation in gray for the end of this year, 2023. And remember, we started to talk about nuclear in 2006. Shift this plot to the left. So, what can we do? Let's pivot now to something that Paris already touched on. This was just a brief history of the highlights of the Portuguese nuclear history. What can we do now? Just because everybody's already tired. If you're campaigning and if you're doing things, prepare to get random. Things can get random at a time. You need a viral moment. A viral tweet, a viral Instagram post will beat anything, will beat years of campaigning. Don't do it alone. Always be positive, and there are some pointers. So these are just for you to read after a while. But Paris briefly touched on this before. So define your goals, understand your audience, develop a compelling message. Go. Build an online presence, and mainly collaborate with open, like-minded organizations like Replanet. So go. There's one thing that's very useful in Portugal, and I hope you abuse it. The site of the minister, the site of the government, you can actually send a direct message to ministers and secretaries of state. We've been doing this for a long time, And then we finally managed to get an hearing with the cabinet of the Secretary of Agriculture last week on Monday. And then the government fell on Tuesday. But we did it. We went there, we presented the report. The report is now being shared.
It was because of you.
It was. The report is now being shared. I've seen the report that we shared that was developed by members of Replanet is now being shared on LinkedIn by some other groups. Success. That's all we actually ask. So advocate for policy change. So go. So drag along famous people. I don't know if you know Isodope. Get somebody that's famous to lend a face to your cause. Don't do it all from zero. So you be creative and see how people respond to your campaigns. Go. And then, for instance, develop a good relationship with reporters. We have a really good standing relation with some reporters now because we are constantly feeding them interesting content. So, for instance, most of our exclusives go to Visão, and this is one of our campaigns. And again, it was something random. This was an idea that came up in a meeting, and people thought everybody was joking and thought it's going to be a meme. It's our most successful campaign. So we're going to put Greenpeace in court because of them being anti-nuclear. And finally, there's a lot of information that you still don't know. I'm learning new things every day. There's a lot of podcasts, there's a lot of YouTube videos. Look for the mustache of quality. And sooner than you expect, the media will start coming after for you. So be available, always be polite, and always take care of yourselves, because this is very taxing. And this is our campaign. Please sign it. And finally, take care. That's it.
Okay.
I'm also available for questions afterwards, so maybe you better.
I think we have some time. Yeah, if anyone. Okay, good. Yeah, maybe afterwards.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Now we are going to finish with an amazing roundtable, which will be moderated by António Rolão. He's a journalist. Is currently hosting a podcast. Yeah.
André, quem é que...
São 6.
Eu acho que são mais.
São 6, eu contei. Contei 3. É só mais um. Tá.
Quando tiverem todos.
Um bocadinho mais para cá. Muito mais. Por causa das imagens.
I need to go. Tá bom, é só mais esse. Só mais um.
Okay. Let Green be here.
E o Mark? Não? Vai em português.
Why?
Because
It's like
you are prettier than me.
oh,
Because this one's
like up to somebody's opinion. Okay? I'm like in the garden.
We nearly outnumber them. This is excellent.
I feel a bit
We have
lonely.
the online audience.
Oh,
Okay.
And it will be recorded.
oh, oops.
Antonio,
Do we fit the picture for the group? Do we fit in the image?
I will check that for a
Please.
second.
We don't want Professor cut out.
Yeah. Where's the commando? Go. Where's the commando? Almost there.
Se fica mais
A bit closer. Closer. Good, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's it. I think we can go. Okay.
Henry, it's up to you.
I want to thank you for being here at this late time in the afternoon. We see a full room still, and that's a very good thing. Let me introduce me to yourselves. I'm António Rolão. I'm a radio and TV broadcaster and journalist, and I have been always interested on energy things. Although I am not a scientist or anyone with some deep knowledge on sciences, but I have always appreciated what science can do for humankind. And I think that means everyone around in our globe. Nuclear energy has also been to me something that has fascinated me from a very young time in life. Maybe because I had the opportunity through my parents, who were not scientists, by the way, but they were very well educated people. And since a very early age, as soon as I was able to write and read, also in English, I should say, I was very lucky to read all kinds of interesting books, starting with newspapers, by the way, and magazines, popular science, for instance, popular mechanics, and all that sort of magazines about sciences. Now, just recently, I have had more time available to study and learn. I just retired 3 years ago from the Portuguese radio and television, and I was lucky enough to, just through my connections and friendships, to be invited for a very interesting forum where I should say scientists, academics, and students of engineering and people interested on energies, sources of energies, and also nuclear. And I decided that, first of all, I was very lucky to be invited for a very special group, I should say. And I have been able to learn a lot just by reading people, discussing on a daily basis, maybe from 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning, still people talking about very interesting things. And I have been able to learn and afterwards to discuss with people. Just recently, I was also invited to attend the Engineers Association or Guild in Portugal, Ordem dos Engenheiros, to attend a special presentation in Viseu about the nuclear. And some of our friends here were there. And again, I was lucky to learn a bit more about this. And now today, I have received this very nice invitation for just to be here today and in some way to pave the way for people to discuss further after this very interesting presentation. We were very lucky, but also we were very lucky to have a real nice bunch of students, future engineers, scientists, physicists for sure, the future of Portugal to some extent. And I just would like to, in general, to leave the way for discussing a bit more about the ideas that were flourishing around the room with very interesting questions and indeed, again, very interesting presentations. Personally, I am all for what we can call energy literacy. And being a journalist, I am the very first to point out that in Portugal, I'm talking just about Portugal, but maybe I could talk about other countries as well, but this is the country where I live and that I know better. But in Portugal, there is a deficit, a dangerous deficit, I should say, about the way that people talk about energy in general, and mostly about nuclear. Because nuclear, it still is today something like, if it's a theme for discussion for a radio show, a TV show, a newscast, some sort of reporting, or in the press, it's always something like, well, who cares? Who needs that? Nobody uses that. We don't have any sort of meaningful looking forward within 10 years or so to even have a nuclear reactor, whatever. So why talk about that? And I believe that we definitely need, from a very early age, in fact, from 5, 6, 7 years old, to get young children into the reality of energy, because energy is all over. As Professor was saying a short while ago, it's the sun. The whole thing is from there to our planet. And so energy is all over the place. And when we talk about energy, we should talk about people knowing a bit more about what energy really is. And people gets confused and gets going the wrong way frequently when, as citizens, we listen to this newscast and to that politician and to the other guy who happens to be a commentator. What is a commentator really? About what? In general terms, anything, everything? So I see that there is this lack of understanding what really is going on. And as I usually say, politicians talk about whatever they feel fit to win their electorates, to win votes, to be in government. And maybe sometimes, we cannot say that for sure, it's not my point really, but sometimes big business really pressure on politicians as well. Because politicians may be able to convince people in general that that is good and this is awful, so don't even think about that. And people get confused, but in the end, my friends, we all know who pays the bills twice. Twice, because just like any other people pays taxes one way or another, we pay subsidies for this, subsidies for that, subsidies for anything and everything. And then, if there is a bill at the end of the month, we pay that bill as well. And people in big business, they really don't care who pays for any sort of energy to be placed all over the country, or not to do it, because even if they don't do it one way or another, you will always have consultants and real nice people who painlessly thinks about what to do, which way to go, how much it will cost, and then forget it because, but everybody got paid. We paid them. And afterwards, we think about energy also as, I just need, to charge my car, to charge my cell phone, to be able to read at night anytime when I, just get the lights on at home at 3 a.m. or whatever. And the refrigerator is working well, so I can drink a nice cold drink from there. But when you don't, then you get the real problem. And people ask, why? I pay the bills. Why don't I have the energy that I need so much? As a matter of fact, there is a very interesting film which happens to be a thriller from 1975, The 3 Days of the Condor, with Robert Redford, with just one of his best performances ever. And in the end, we all get to know why the whole story happened. And it's said just across from New York Times in New York, and it said, well, it's about energy. Today, it's gas. Within a few years, it will be something else. And when they tell you that it's not available, you really don't care because you want it. So that's what we are talking about. We are talking about energy. We need energy. And in this world where we are talking right now about decarbonization, and we are talking about energy that has to be changed, that has to be improved, we just cannot afford not to think about nuclear. And most people don't really understand that nuclear has quite an advantage, not only from the point of view as being a clean, almost 100% clean energy, and a cheap one indeed. The nuclear does not have to compete, really, because when we come down, as we had here, to the facts, to the figures, and to compare something which is indeed a fact or a sum of a lot of facts that differentiate from, other energies, and of course intermittent, as we were talking about solar and wind and whatnot. So nuclear has everything going for it. The only problem, as I see it, it's really how long it takes to build a nuclear reactor that will be available to provide us with clean energy. But I guess that we all can do as much as Luis actually was just was referring a few minutes ago. We can do a little, but we can do a lot altogether. So right now, I would like just to ask our friends here to make any possible additional comment, but we all welcome any questions from you.
Well, I can start just to say that this is not just talking about the need to do a thing. This itself is the step forward. So I've seen a little bitty first conference like this spin into entire changes in national political discussions. We've watched it happen as in as comparable a country as Denmark recently, where a few young people, sort of like what's happening here, started a thing like this, and from that emerged fairly dramatic changes that are happening now in Danish politics. And we talk about, the need to have journalists who know what they're talking about. The best reporting in the world being done on nuclear energy, as far as I can tell in any language, happens to be coming from the pen of this guy, Alex Kaufman of Brooklyn, New York City, who happened to be in town covering something entirely differently, and then stopped by just to take notes. And so this is the thing that we're doing the thing that needs to be done here, not just talking about it. And I want you guys to appreciate that this is a special moment, and who knows whether there will be nuclear plants soon in Portugal, but if there are, it's because something like this occurred today.
Okay.
So I have a question. Mark, you and Paris mentioned the first step, of course, in advocacy is to save existing plants, right? Like, why would you shut down one to build another one, spend a lot of money, wait for years, when you just stop from shutting down? But I'm surprised that you're mentioning that in Germany there's conversation of bringing back nuclear power plants, because my understanding is once you start, unlike every other type of fossil fuel, coal and everything, you cannot bring back a nuclear power plant once you start decommissioning it. And to mothball, that's the word of like keeping it on standby, a nuclear power plant is almost as expensive. Maybe I'm wrong on that fact, but it's very expensive to keep it on standby. So what has Germany done?
Right, so it may shock you guys, but there's a lot of bureaucracy in Germany. It may further shock you, but a lot of that bureaucracy is boring, unrewarding work, so it's easily captured by terrible people. In Germany, there have been a lot of green politicians who have taken control of local and national decommissioning bureaucracies. They want to cause as much pain and suffering to nuclear companies as possible. At the moment, ironically, that means denying them the permission they need to start deconstructing their reactor. And they may be denying these certificates long enough for there to be new elections, which I think is extremely funny. Like, I don't really care where my allies come from sometimes. If they're willing to do that, I'm with them. Similarly, I think we don't have a serious problem with nuclear waste. No one's ever really been hurt by it. No one ever will be. I stake my reputation on that. So I'm with anti-nuclear people in blocking construction of extremely expensive waste handling facilities, because that's an engineering problem chasing a psychological issue. So all of this to say, in Germany, the first time in my life I was in Portugal was in May of this year. And I came here for a wedding, came here to see all of you guys, and in the middle of this, I had to hop over for a secret mission to northern Germany. I had received a special invite to come investigate one of these shut down nuclear plants. I went into the control room to see a bunch of highly paid, expert German reactor operators sitting there at their chairs, their arms at the desk with all the hundreds of gauges at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. In case you're wondering why Germany's the only country in Europe with a shrinking economy the last quarter. Right, so they have to stay at their desks until they receive permission to decommission, which anti-nuclear groups are helping deny them.
And actually, in the end of last year, there was interviews to the TÜV director, which said that several of the already shut down previously reactors could be taken online if there was the will to do it. So it was not immediately, it just reinforced this, because even the previous ones that were shut down several years ago, they were ready to operate.
So I'm wrong that a plant on the process of being decommissioned cannot be.
So we're in the United States. In the United States, the turn is coming at Palisades nuclear plant, which was turned down, and then the undertaker company, the decommissioning company, got hold, and they decided they want to maybe turn it back on, because everybody in the state was suddenly realizing what a terrible decision this was to lose a nuclear plant when you didn't have any alternatives. So they're working to make that the first nuclear plant that has lost its license in the US, meaning they have permission to start stabbing it to death. They're going to try to bring it back. But in Germany, that shutdown process is much more expensive, much longer lasting, and you're required by law to keep a full complement of qualified reactor operators hired and on staff until you actually get that permission to start cutting it up. And a company I talked to said it would be 6 months after the day they received that certificate when they did anything severe enough to almost certainly destroy the operability of the plant into the future. So, kind of cool. Whereas with Indian Point in New York City, that plant is absolutely vital to New York City, but pretty much the day after they turned it off, they damaged something in the core.
On purpose.
It didn't matter, and then they were like trying to get something out, and then their boss says, just rip it out. So there you go. It depends, but in Germany, we're pretty good for the time being. I mean, action needs to happen now, which is why I mentioned in my talk that I'm excited about the German politicians starting to work on this.
There is a question there.
Yes, you said that no one has ever been hurt by nuclear waste. Are you actually saying that nuclear waste danger never existed? People from my generation, even as physicists, have been misled about.
So let me specify what I'm talking about, and what almost everybody else means when we say nuclear waste is the ultra highly radioactive fuel rods that come out of the reactor core and are like glowing blue when you put them in water. If you get close to them, you'll die. But no one ever has, so there's a countable number of these. We know the name, label, location of each of these fuel bundles in the world, to the extent that the Russians or the Chinese keep their own records. They know the same. It's in their interest to know these things, to track their own nuclear fuel. It leads to extremely straightforward paperwork issues. There's not many. Each fuel bundle gave you, tens of millions of dollars worth of electricity. These are kind of precious objects in a way, even as waste. So what you do, you let it cool down for a bit, and then you put it into a sturdy steel container and put that steel container in a concrete container, and then you just let it sit there.
You just throw it on the sea.
Well, no, you don't. There's almost none of it. So each container represents, you know, 1 million people's electricity for several years. So it's like you don't. There's really not many of these. All the ones in the United States could fit on the parking lot of a football stadium.
And actually, they are valuable. There's a lot of resource for further energy there.
So that's my way of saying, because we have searched and not seen any documentation of anyone getting hurt, like moving the canisters, and you can hug it. It was a fairly intense stunt, but a very good friend of mine, in her last trimester of pregnancy, wanted to make an extremely specific point on social media. So she went with her baby, her fetus, and stood next to the nuclear waste that was cut out of the destroyed core of 3 Mile Island, which is the same amount of radioactivity as if you had just taken fuel from 1978 and put it, or 1979 and put it out too. I mean, just because it melted the core doesn't mean the physics change inside that much. So the radioactive waste was in a container. She went up and posed standing next to it, got the photos released by the national lab where this was hosted, put it on Twitter against the heavy, desperate protests of the media manager of one of our biggest national labs, because he thought he'd be fired, and it caused a sensation online. People wrote it up in the newspaper, and that was an example of showing nuclear waste campaigns are essentially fake, as in no one's ever been hurt. And there's no evidence that I've seen that people would suddenly start being hurt, because this stuff is extremely physically easy to contain. You just put thick.
But on the process of handling radioactive waste, there was several, counting by the fingers, accidents where people really died. There was 2 or 3 on the 60 years of the nuclear industry.
But when they were cutting it up, reprocessing it, several things that are utterly optional and don't really reduce the waste.
There is no industrial waste follow, and because of this obsession of radioactive fear, like nuclear waste. It is the industrial waste better followed, better conserved with all the provisions in economic terms. So the operators have to have the provisions to handle the radioactive waste during all its life. So it's today, I would say, totally safe as something can be. But let me come back to one of these initial provocations from our moderator on how can we really put this discussion in order to have concrete results. I think that in Portugal we are on the right moment. Why? Because the politicians fear the discussion, they fear the nuclear, even the word nuclear, because they think if they will start to have a discussion, they will lose some votes. But something that I regret it was not on the very good presentation of Luigi was not there. It is when we started, we came and presented our idea of a nuclear reactor in Portugal. That was not to be a EPR, but it was all the studies were done with the EPR, with the river, but after there will be a tender. And probably the South Koreans, like happened in the Emirates, will gain the tender. There was a poll. So our main newspaper started a poll to understand what would be the acceptance from the public of this idea. And the results that were on the main page of this major newspaper in Portugal, it was nuclear energy, yes, thank you. Big, bold. And after the results, it was 52% of the people that were asked if they would accept to have nuclear energy in Portugal said yes. 32% said no. There was intense discussion after, because by lucky, one of other TV programs that were very popular in Portugal, it was Expresso da Meia-Noite, where hot political topics were discussed. They put on the back of the table. So every week the anti-nuclears were to look for this title in bold, nuclear energy. Yes, thank you. So they did a big, even legal action against the newspaper in order to withdraw that. The result is that I have forwarded that, and on these recent discussions, I decided to look for the newspaper cover, because we were discussing with the main journalist of energy topics of the same newspaper, and I was discussing, well, I recall that when we asked for the public their position, they were in majority favorable here in Portugal in 2006. I was mistaken, I was saying 2008, but after it was 2006. And the guy said, well, I will help you with that. But let's do here a small trial. Let's make here a poll in Twitter. It was a discussion in Twitter. And I will ask how many people would accept nuclear power in Portugal. There was 1,000 answers, more than the polls that are done for our elections. From these 1,000 answers in Twitter, so nobody can comment the answers, 70% favorable. That was 1 month ago? Yeah. 1 month ago. 30% against. So that shows that the perception we have of the sensitivity of the negative perception of the public is wrong. I don't know, with the correct poll organized with the professionals, if the result will be the same. I'm pretty sure that will be around these figures. So what we are challenging the journalists, ask your journal to provide a new poll on that. I think it's very important because now, as you know, our government will fall and we will have elections in March. I think it is obligatory that this topic will be on the table. By the reasons that we have discussed, and especially because we are running fast and furious against the wall. It's not possible that these objectives and these ideas of having 10 gigawatts in offshore wind will be materialized. It's crazy. It's crazy, the ideas of hydrogen in Sines, another mythical, magical idea of a politician that got in love with an idea that some guy came here from the Netherlands selling to him, and he was, I think he's an economist or a lawyer, I don't know. It was easy for him, that he's not a physicist, not an engineer, to say, well, this makes sense, so let's go. They will put hundreds of millions of euros that we receive from Europe on those projects that will never be viable, never. So, I think it's a time, it's obligatory. So I think that we should go, this group, especially the youngs, because they know, when they see me, oh, the guy from nuclear. Okay, this is the guy, this is the, what was...
Os tolos nucleares.
The fools from nuclear. These are the fools from nuclear. So I think it is, we need young people that will start discussing. I'm not saying to be pro, to discuss, because the discussion is forbidden. We cannot discuss even. They don't allow because they're afraid that this will dismantle the very large interest game around the energy business. Energy business moves a lot of money, and the money is on our history, always from the consumers to the pocket of the promoters in this time of wind energy. Solar now is more market-based, but this is a fact. This is a fact. So we must discuss it. We cannot go for a new government without discussing this issue. Whatever the result will be.
In short, while the whole thing is going on, a lot of people will be able to make millions until somebody else will say, well, let's not go that way. Thank you very much.
They will be bankrupted, but in the meantime, they have received tens of millions.
Exactly.
That's what happens on these cases.
are you saying that the government is falling because of corruption, because of money related to lithium? Right?
No, excuse me, not necessarily. The thing is that I say, wow, this is a wonderful idea.
No. This is true. The government is falling because of suspicions that some corruption can be linked to hydrogen business, lithium business, and the data center that should be supplied by solar power. Suspicions are not. I was in the TV commenting on this. They asked me to comment, and I say I was very surprised because I know some of these people, and I don't think they are corrupt. But the fact it is our bureaucracy is so huge that people try to make shortcuts that are illegal in order to have the projects running. What I'm sure it is those projects will never be viable because I have a technical background.
So what
but
you're
they
saying,
don't have it.
What you're saying is that there is a second scandal for which the government should fall anyways that nobody's talking about. Is that what you're saying?
No. I think that we risk on the path that we are, because between the political party in power and the main opposition party, there is a kind of agreement that our future will be all fueled by renewables. Mm-hmm. And nuclear power is too expensive, too late, too dangerous. Mm-hmm. So this idea will lead us fast and furious against the wall. That's clear, huh?
I think that for a part of the population and for a part of the politicians, this is a belief. Mm-hmm. They believe that this is the solution. It is the solution that the population wants and accepts. So they are going fast and furious against the wall because of a belief, and they are selling this. What you see now, and this is related with literacy, is that you have a lot of news that appears on the newspaper that are even factually wrong, or sometimes they are correct, but they are not telling the whole story. Mm-hmm. And we have several examples. I even wrote an article about that with some examples. I can give you a very simple one, but it is very obvious. Speaking about wind float, the project offshore that is in the north of Portugal, there was a news, in the newspaper there was an article about several months ago where they were saying the reliability of the wind float is 92%. And you think, well, and they were selling, they put reliability, they don't say anything else. Whoever doesn't know what they are speaking about, what they are saying is, if you have wind, 92% of the time, it may work. Okay?
If there will be wind.
If you have the wind. But if you look carefully into the data that was on the article, they say how much energy they produced over time. And then you arrive to the conclusion, and you can do the math, the capacity factor was 36%. Not 92%, but it was
not
true.
Bad for wind.
Not bad. But it was true everything that it was in the article. But it was really, really molding the opinion of the population. Why I think that it was really on purpose? Because a few weeks before, I was with an engineer that on a visit to ITER, that worked in that project, and he was telling me, oh, but the project, that wind float, it works 92% of the time. And I say, no way, unless they are plugging it into the power, and it's just working as a fan. So this is the examples that you have, and they are playing with the numbers. We have frequently news saying the power in Portugal, electricity production in Portugal from renewables was 70% or 68%. Yeah, the production, in fact, it was. The problem is that when we look into the consumption, we had a lot of imported electricity. The supply to the demand was not 62%, was more around 50%. And again, with the truth, they were telling us something that was not, it was correct, but it was not true. I even made a joke in LinkedIn where I had a power bank with a solar panel, and I said in my house, the power electricity production is 100% renewables. The consumption, that's another story. But I'm 100% renewables in my house. So you can see that you can really, without lying, tweaking a bit the truth, hyperbolizing what you are saying, you are molding the opinion. And this happens a lot when we are speaking about nuclear. The counterfacts that appears are like the one I've shown you. Oh, the problem is not the environment, but the cost. If you justify the cost, but the waste. If you justify the waste, they will find something else. So you are always fighting against a moving target, but you really have to fight these myths. And there's a lot of myths around nuclear, and we need to go to the population. I even have a book online if you want to check, which is called Posology. It's answers to the known facts to the disease of disinformation that people have about nuclear. So any symptom, there's an answer there.
I wanted to ask all of you your view on debating about energy and nuclear energy specifically, because most of the time when you find a debate, you're not convincing your opponent. The debate is not for
of course,
for that, is for the audience.
Exactly.
And in that, on that scope, and since the Nuclear Vision, this group that is just starting, and I hope will have a lot of success and carry this fight forward. Their battlefields or their activity will. The best place to practice is where there's fights to have. And right now in Portugal, the fight is mostly on experts arguing with experts for the benefit of the public. Maybe it's not just for them to do that just yet, but there are fights to be fought just in Spain next year, and the fight for nuclear energy is an international one. It's happening everywhere, and the best place to learn what you can do at home is to go out if you can. There's demonstrations and actions being held everywhere in Europe. And
I mean, you came to Berlin
twice.
In April. Yeah,
that's where I met you for the first time. And that's where you learn this, so you can bring it home and argue, hopefully, like the people that we have here.
So let me just comment on debates. Two little views. I like to make friends, if possible, with the person I'm debating. Should they not want to do that and make it clear they don't want to in front of an audience, typically makes them look very mean-spirited. I'm quite confident on the facts. I've got those. But what I want to do is put on a good show, be entertaining, be a good, generous user of time. But there's something else. I've met the pro-nuclear movement in Norway, and there's a young man I met there who's an assistant professor at the National Technical University, and he was being recognized on the streets of the National Political Festival because of a rant he did in a national televised debate where he was seen to be extremely brutal and extremely right. He lost his temper in the debate, and people thought he put on an excellent show. So that is not what I would have suggested. I was a little terrified to hear about it, but then when I was walking, and the video clip was intense by Norwegian standards, I guess they don't fight very much, but then when walking around with him and people were saying, hey, you're that guy from that debate on TV about nuclear, and he didn't know these people, I was convinced there are different ways to go about getting in these debates, with different ways to be successful. If it is in your nature to be powerful, cruel, and entertaining, maybe that's the way. If it's in your nature to make friends and influence people that way, I would definitely recommend that method. Has worked for me.
So there's no wrong way to advocate for nuclear.
Oh no, there's definitely wrong ways. Be an asshole but not entertaining about it, or be very strident but get one or two facts wrong while making a big uncharitable display of jumping on your opponent for doing the same. There are many ways to get it wrong. So I didn't want to leave you thinking you're just going to be an expert immediately.
Mark has a nice Bushido code for debating, isn't it?
I would want my opponent to choose me again for a debate. And this has actually occurred. within the last 2 or 3 weeks. Somebody chose me to debate against, and as there are fewer and fewer pro-nuclear or anti-nuclear people, they're going to have more and more power, not less, in debates. Because they'll be able to say, if you don't choose somebody I want to debate, I'm not going to debate, and they're not going to be able to find a substitute, but they'll find plenty of other pro-nuclear people. So it actually is in your interest here in Portugal not to make an enemy out of maybe the few people who will still want to go against a young, motivated person. I mean, look, it was interesting you showed that debate, because that happened to one of my mentors is Michael Schellenberger, who did as much as any other human to launch the international pro-nuclear movement. I saw him properly for the first time when he was in a debate, and it turned into 3-on-1 in California, everybody arguing we should shut down our last nuclear plant, which of course we've saved, and now those same people would argue almost certainly, oh no, of course I was always for saving it. But yeah, 3 versus 1, so that was a very familiar moment. May there be many more debates coming up to March. There's never been a time with so much potential, I suppose, as right now.
Well, sometimes the debates in Portugal, and Pedro passed by it, are against people that debate just for the sake of debating. Pedro had a one where the guy in the end says, I exaggerated for the sake of a good debate. Don't we all do that? So it's not really what should happen. We should debate with what we think, or at least we believe to be the truth, with the facts, not just for the sake of putting a great show. What was the guy was emphasizing everything that was wrong about nuclear, or that he considered to be wrong, just for the sake, even if he didn't believe. Which is weird, but Pedro passed by that.
We have one speaker who has not been able to say anything, and I really appreciated your presentation, but I wanted to ask you something. How often do you, how often do you find people that know that Chernobyl kept operating?
Like no, but...
That know that Chernobyl kept running?
Oh, a lot. Honestly, like especially in our territory, like in Kiev region and the Chernihiv region.
No, I mean, outside Ukraine.
Outside. No, a lot. No, that's really a very interesting joke we can do with the foreigners, like to saying like, you know that there are still people working there and they're going by train every day to work there and still worked until the invasion. Now it's like more operated with the militaries, but yeah, it's still interesting to ask the questions which for us, for example, Ukrainians who are living all their life with the knowledge about that, that it's really interesting facts that you can even, about the debates, the worst, I think, thing you can do with the debating with the other person who is not agreeing with the nuclear, just to present the trip to the Chernobyl station for the birthday, like one of my friends did to his girlfriend, and it was stopping the debate in their family after, but it's okay, it's one of the ways, and they survived.
I love this. So you're saying that what you might do in a debate to be friendly and hospitable is to offer your opponent a trip with you to a nuclear plant or to Chernobyl to go check it out yourself. And if they say yes, it indicates that maybe they haven't been and maybe they should not argue so strongly for a thing they haven't explored yet. And if they say no, it makes them look somewhere between both bad faith and a coward.
Actually, that's what I always do. I always ask people let's go to Almaraz for a field trip. I always do this, and it stumps people a lot.
That's fine.
That's the thing that we're planning to
do. We're working on
go
that.
to Almaraz one day. We're trying to get the context right. And I have one more question for Alona that I find very funny. That is like, when you were growing up in school, how was it taught? Like in history books, in primary school, I don't know, because you have completely a different perspective from us. We are outsiders talking about Chernobyl, and you have like, well, Chernobyl happened, and we have to move because of that. How is that taught in school?
Like I went to school in like early 90s, and I will say, grow up with the spirit of the victims of that catastrophe which happened. And of course, with the great sadness about the 26th of the April, it was every year the manifestations in the school. We prepared the placards saying how deeply we are sad about those people the liquidators who saved our lives, liquidating the accident. But growing up, already in the student's life, you already start to understand that it's more agenda of the teachers. I'm also the teaching teachers, and we tell what to tell, and that it's planned to say about this, and nobody normally, until I think we watched with my brother the HBO series explained how it really worked, how that reactor works. What does it mean that it was 1 week open and the fire was there, and what does it mean, and how these all things really existing, and we are still alive, being so close to it. And we more was growed up with the histories of the stories of the people who was moved from the zone, or we lost lots of things there, our houses and everything. So more victimizing the story of it than telling, even after the independence times, telling the true stories, why it happens, or what really happens, and what is the reasons, and what is the consequences after. That's, I think, the biggest difference what I can see. That's for you, lots of people, it's hard to understand that you was more than 20 years lived in the perspective that yes, there was the accident, there is the monuments to the liquidators, and but when they start to open the trips there in 2019, as I said during my presentation, that was a big shock for the people who was living all their lives but how? It's such a mysterious place there. And I remember from childhood, we was going there picking up the mushrooms to the forest on the north, to the Chernihiv region. And I was always curious, we are going to the north, but there is Chernobyl. It should be the huge mushrooms in the Alice in the Wonderlands, but I never saw any. And it's really disappointing a bit when you're child, grow up with the stories that there is that atoms around, but it's you can't see them, and no fantastic mushrooms as well. That's the story. Thank you for the question.
Going back to the previous topic, I wanted to know, although a lot of the time people argue anti-nuclear are in bad faith, I wanted to know what are the best arguments that you have heard against nuclear.
The best arguments?
Yeah, against nuclear. I just wanted to know.
Cost overruns of Olkiluoto 3, delays in construction, costs of Hinkley Point. These are really the facts that they have difficulty in counter-arguing, because they are facts. I visit Olkiluoto 12 years ago. It was completed. It was perfect, completed. Didn't work until 1 year ago or 2 years ago, because they have a lot of legal actions between the constructor and the owner, and all of that made that the reactor was ready, but it was not connected to the grid. Only now it was connected. For me, the biggest difficulty it is cost overruns and delays in construction in Western world. It's the only difficult. All the rest, I have good answers.
Please.
When we talk about the delays, is it just bureaucracy, or the delays are justified?
Can I?
Please.
So I was at Olkiluoto a few weeks ago, and I sat down with a gentleman who had a very hard and bad job. He was the schedule manager for Olkiluoto from day one. And I asked him at what point did he know things were going to go badly, and he said the day after we signed the contract. I said, what happened then? And he said, well, the French came back and said they were actually going to change who was going to do what part of the project with the Germans. And I said, that was the first day after. And he said, yep. And it was all down the hill from there. So Yeah, you can't really blame the regulators. In the end, the nuclear plant was being ordered and built for a customer. That customer has to manage the construction project well. A lot of the bad construction projects are happening when the customer is either new to nuclear, naive about the project, or just simply doesn't handle the project well because they believe the assurances of inexperienced and incompetent nuclear supply teams that, oh yeah, we're going to get it taken care of. Oh yeah, I guess we didn't. Our supplier failed, so it'll be an extra year. Well, in the end, even if, as in the case of Olkiluoto, the Finns were able to take the French absolutely to the cleaners, just brutally stuck them with all the extra costs, and then for the Finns get a 100-year asset that is extremely cheap, 42 euros a megawatt hour, something impossibly cheap. Well, it nearly bankrupted the French. It did destroy the French company.
Bankrupted the French company.
Riva, right?
The
And that
states-
means that there isn't. You can't do it again. That's still bad. And it was largely different levels of incompetencies and difficulties. Then finally, at Olkiluoto, there were something like 40 different nationalities working on the project together. Officially, the language of the project was, Finnish and English, but in reality, you had teams working together that didn't have strong enough language skills to work together effectively for some time. And then you had very big differences in cultures where, say, French managers would want to eat at 2 p.m. Germans would want to eat at noon. Other people would eat in the middle. Some people wanted a long lunch. Some people wanted a short lunch, and now you've lost a day. So things would be pushed and stretched. And anyway, you see, in an environment where a bunch of people, especially us that will do grunt work and bureaucracies, are pro-nuclear, it's not that there won't be issues with bureaucracy, it's just that isn't the excuse that'll work anymore. It's that we need to organize and professionalize nuclear construction projects a lot better than we have.
And at the end, in Olkiluoto, the last problem was a turbine from Siemens with some cracks.
Yeah.
So, and the anti-nuclear came, there's another more 4 months into that. And it was nothing related to nuclear at all. It was Siemens that delivered a faulty turbine.
But let me also play the devil's advocate. And Flamanville. Flamanville, it's all French. Why did they took so many years and they are not yet complete? This is the argument I have difficulty to deal with. But I have an answer. The French technology was not good. South Korean technology, built in 5 years or 6 years like they did in the Emirates. The Chinese, built in 5 years or 4 years. So there is always an answer, but where I had more difficulties, it was to answer the overruns and the overcosts of Olkiluoto 3, Flamanville 3, Hinkley Point 2.
Hi. What are some of your thoughts about nuclear fusion startups, new technology, new approaches?
This is Bruno.
Nuclear fusion.
Startups, there's, 2 billion in cash that went into fusion startups in the extremely wise and careful investment year of 2021.
Yeah, there's a lot of opium around fusion. It's good that we have some attention. It's good that we have some money. They are not tackling some of the common problems that will exist in most of the reactors. We still have problems with materials. We will have problems. The ones that are using deuterium tritium will have problems with the tritium breeding, which has to be solved. Hopefully there are some of the ideas that may work and may reduce the size of the device, like using high temperature superconductors. It's a game changing. They can do really something that pushes us forward. There are some very wild ideas over there. Some I don't even know. I'm not sure if I understand how they work, but there are people putting money. What I'm sure is that when you have a lot of money being pushed into something that is highly innovative, you will have a lot of new things coming out. They may be useful for fusion, or they may be useful elsewhere. So I'm sure that they are contributing to something. At the moment, they are being also a problem because they are paying very well. So they are taking our students, they are taking senior scientists, all going into there, which probably helps, but it makes difficult the other projects to move on, and the more traditional projects. But there are some ideas that I think they're really, they can move, but it will not be like the ones that are signing contracts with Google for 2028, I don't believe. I think that we may have something by 2040, 2045, around there, the kind of demo, but we are still far from putting electricity on the grid, and we need fission until then. So this excuse that people are using that we don't need fission because fusion is coming, it's coming, but it will take some time, and we still need fission because fission, we have solutions now. Well, now it's not immediate. We don't have a reactor the day after tomorrow. But for instance, for Portugal, I did some calculations based on what are the projections. When we will need it will be 2033, 2035, because there are some power plants closing. There are the increase on the demand. And we are still in time to build reactors for them. So we are still in time to have fission. Fusion, I love fusion. I promote fusion. I work in fusion for more than 20 years, but we still are far. It will be great the day it works. It's really nice, but...
if I can add something to that, is since I started doing environmentalism, we started to look at the biotechnologies and other things, and there's a huge gold rush for intellectual property. So in fusion, because I know some people that actually are in some companies now, and they basically just want to get 1 or 2 patents. They want to get 1 or 2 fundamental patents for a device or a coil or something like that. And then it's the same thing in biotechnology. They just want to have 1 groundbreaking patent. Same thing in artificial intelligence and quantum computing. There is like a modern gold rush to intellectual property.
Yeah, there's one company that what they are selling is supercapacitors. They develop supercapacitors for their device, but their business is selling supercapacitors. But they are contributing.
So I have a different question, and it relates to your presentation, and to a question on your presentation about whether we really need renewables, and if we could not replace them all with nuclear. And that's not the question I want to ask. What I want to frame there is a lot of nuclear activism or pro-nuclear activism and nuclear advocates are not really pro-renewables. That's the reality, and there's a reason for that, and I agree with that. However, being against renewables gives us a lot of bad press. And is there a way to argue for nuclear without attracting that bad press that comes with going against renewables?
Yes. You just wait a little.
I think we have a great case from Ukraine. I was telling today, in 2020, just before the invasion, we gained and we have had 55% covered of our electricity in country by the nuclear plants which we have had. And this case, it's not because we have 4 power plants which was running, but it was because of the shattering of our eastern part of Ukraine, which was occupied by the Russians, and all the coal which we have in the lots, and it was all the main source for our generating stations, which was on the all other country, was shut down slowly because the coal was expensive to buy from our Western partners or from China or from other sources, and that's why the nuclear power plants become the ones who produced the half and a bit more of the capacity for the whole country. And during this already almost 2 years of war, it's still all the 3 stations which are still on the territory of Ukraine working fully are producing that electricity, which is stabilizing the system due to the missiles to our energetic system. You may have heard in the winter last year, and we are prevised that this year it will be almost the same situation. That's how almost we are trying to hold it, and it's like a case to say how the nuclear power plants can like at least stabilize or be in the half and more for the economic.
Let me tell you something. I'm a big advocate of nuclear, but all projects that I'm professionally involved are with renewables. All. I'm even paid by a promoter of solar technologies that pay me a monthly fee as a consultant, and I hardly do nothing. I'm only available when they need to have. Sometimes I say, "Do you need my help?" No, and they pay me monthly a fee. So, and I'm trying with all the Secretary of States until the last. I have meetings for them to try to unlock renewables projects. So I think that if we will break the blockades on nuclear, the market will solve. The market will solve. So people will make accounts and we'll see if it is better to invest in nuclear or invest in renewables. They will do their counts. It depends.
And sorry, I wanted to add one more thing. Almost every single young person I've ever met interested in nuclear is currently or was pro-renewables. Almost every single young person I've met against nuclear has not yet been for nuclear. Like, there's a bit of a Markov process going on where those who are for renewables go through a kind of exhaustive process of learning enough about them to either dampen their enthusiasm a little bit sometimes, or not like them at all. For nuclear, it's a bit of the opposite. The less young people know, I think the more they don't care about nuclear, don't like it, and the more they know they like it. So there's a bit of this interesting process going on where if you don't like renewables or you don't think they're a good engineering solution, you don't really have to say or do anything. It's being sorted out by reality. And also, it's very important for us nuclear people who are skeptical about renewables to listen carefully to the best stories of renewable success, to look very hard at the countries that are apparently, or the regions that are apparently getting it done, to stare very hard and pay attention to the very smartest of the renewables supporters as they figure out more information and show advances or business arrangements. Not only would it might be a good education for nuclear, but you may also be open to finding outstanding talent who are developing wind and solar, not because it's the only thing they want to develop, but because that's all they thought they could develop. I'm meeting young people in America who want to build nuclear, and the reason they're credible is because they got a bunch of wind and solar built. That is an argument as strong as I can make to be very cautious in disliking those technologies that have done such an incredible job in expanding market share. Stay open-minded.
I wouldn't say that we need to defend the renewables, but we cannot pretend that they are not there. For instance, part of the discussion now, as you know, I did some calculations. Of course, my calculations, the conclusions I arrive is, a lot of people say, oh, there's no fit for nuclear in Portugal. Of course, if you continue on this trajectory that you will have 10 gigawatts of solar, 10 gigawatts of wind, there will be no immediate fit. But you will have the need, but you don't have enough hours of operation for nuclear. The calculations, what you have to say is, well, renewables are there, but if we tweak a bit this trajectory, and if we reduce a bit of solar, if we reduce the wind, and we plan for having nuclear, then we will fit. Of course, then it will solve by itself, because you have nuclear that will last for 40, 60, 80 years, and you have renewables that 20 years from now, you will have to redo. And then at that time, they will ask themselves, will I do it again? Or will I invest in nuclear? That's the moment where you can really be tough against renewables. But at the moment, they exist.
But Bruno, nuclear and solar, they are very well complementary, because if you supply the base load with nuclear, because the load curve follows a little bit the hours of the sun, you can fit very harmoniously solar. So, but you cannot abuse of solar or wind overcapacity, because if you will abuse of overcapacity, you will have a system completely unbalanced, where it will be difficult for all. It's not only to feed nuclear, it is for anyone. It will be really a disaster, as it was already on the last years. That's why we pay, not only we have one of the highest prices of electricity of the world, as you have disguised a lot of that in a debt. So the real cost is huge. We have been destroying wealth with our energy system and not creating wealth. So this is a point that I think is very important. We must find an indicative mix that will be ideal, and that mix for me, it is baseload for nuclear to work always on the same, and the rest manage with our storage capacity, the variable renewables, because they are already there. Do not let that these crazy ideas of putting much more renewables, because they will not enter in the grid. They will create these problems, but they are complementary. We are nuclear is competitor of coal. So baseload. We are not competitor with renewables. We are on a different game.
Mark might not know what you meant with putting that disparity into debt, because it's a Portuguese concept.
Also Spaniards, and now they are also following the bad examples of the Greeks. So we have a system where our prices do not cover all costs of the system.
Oh, got it.
So we have a huge debt.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That
So that was Germany. Germany used to criticize other countries for that, but now they switched over to that.
So you made a very good point about the lifetime of solar and wind, and what I was surprised to find out when I was actually working on this stuff is that new renewables, especially solar, decreases over its lifetime, right? 15, I thought it was 15, maybe it's 20 years. The solar panels start producing less and less energy, while with nuclear in the US, and maybe Mark knows why, you actually look at the capacity factor of these nuclear power plants, they've been increasing. They started in the 60, 70%, now they're like 98%. When you look at almost every single nuclear power plant, it's producing more and more and more every year. And it's over, like you said, 80 years, and nobody knows what the limit is now. You know, that's a big, big factor in favor.
It's a kind of magic, but you are able to tune and to tune it, tweak it better.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, like two comments. First, yes, I am pro-nuclear because I've worked for nearly 50 years on nuclear fusion. And one of the things that maybe Bruno could clarify, we always try to distance ourselves from nuclear fission, try to say how different we were and more clean, because we did not want this public perception that nuclear fission was bad to contaminate our work. But I always believed that the hybrid was the solution. I still think in the future might be, you didn't mention that, but in the future we may actually produce the neutrons that you need in the future.
I didn't mention because, well, I didn't have enough time, and it wasn't even in the part of the slides that were not shown, but I had it and I shown it. I show it when we had the conference in Viseu for the Engineers Guild. There are these ideas of the hybrid reactors. The Chinese are progressing on it, and it seems that they are willing to build it. So we may have these hybrid reactors soon. Also, the idea is that they can use the fast neutrons to treat the waste and to produce more fuel. So this idea is interesting. Let's see if it comes to fruition. Regarding the topic that you mentioned, we usually distance ourselves from fusion. I started working in fusion in '96, and by that time there was a commissioner in the European Commission that was against nuclear. So there was at the time the kind of advice that we should not mention nuclear, so don't speak about nuclear. And I think that it was my master thesis that I always used plasma fusion. I didn't mention nuclear. So there was a time that we were using plasma fusion, ignoring the nuclear. Why I came the other way is because I start speaking to, going to schools. And when you go and you start speaking about what you do to children or even to teenagers, you have to explain nuclear and you have to explain it's different, it's fission, it's fusion. Then you start discussing and trying to understand the differences. And it builds up from there. When you start explaining fusion, you have to also explain the rest. And you have to understand. That's why the book I have that is now free for the students, it's called Nuclear Fusion in the Age of the Climatic Change. But actually, 1/3 is about nuclear fission. Because it's necessary, it's part of the nuclear energy that we need to discuss. And usually it is very well accepted. I only had one professor in all these, since the book was published, I had a lot of published online. I say published because it's a living book, it's always updated, so it's free. And there was only one teacher that said, your book is going too much towards nuclear fission. I may not give it to my students, or if I give it, I will have to frame it, to give the framework so that they understand. So he had his own vision. I try to be more or less agnostic and explain the differences and the different views, explain the needs for energy, but there was only one professor that thought that they need to frame my book so that I was not contaminating them.
A lot of credit to Bruno, because Bruno is the president of the state laboratory, and he had the courage to go against the political mainstream. And this was the reason why some predecessors, even people working on our research reactor, never wanted to appear on the public debate because they were afraid for their careers. They were afraid for their careers. And so, a public credit for Bruno, he was really courageous.
All crazy, as someone told me.
Crazy enough. Can I just say something else? In all industries, there are dangers. Nothing is absolutely clean. And we do not need to be pro-nuclear now and hide that there are wastes or dangers still. Because I had the impression in some of the discussions here that we can go in a situation of lying to the public.
Oh, absolutely.
No, wait. I tell people about nuclear meltdowns and lethal nuclear accidents they've never heard of. I say this all the time.
Okay,
You know,
they are blind by everything they see in web, but they are not stupid.
in Japan, about 10 years before Fukushima Daiichi, a safety lapse led to a steam line break, and 7 workers had brutal deaths because of steam. But I've noticed that properly committed anti-nuclear people don't actually care about the ugly deaths of young men in factories. They don't seem to care at all. It's very curious. In Arkansas Nuclear 1, they were doing a turbine retrofit, and turbines are very, very heavy. They dropped it, and it went through the floor, and somebody was standing there, and it smashed them flat, dead immediately. So I'm perfectly willing to talk about the true dangers of nuclear. It's just typically not that interesting to people who are against nuclear. They don't want to hear about nuclear as a regular work site that can be dangerous and is often deadly.
A regular work site. I saw something, I can't remember who was sitting here, and I was there earlier on. I made a comment that a small amount of radiation can be good for you. What's that? I am allergic to pollen, and I always heard I can have a little bit of pollen every day, so I desensitized. Are you telling, I don't know who it was. It was me. Are you now telling me that should I have a little amount of radiation every day so I don't have cancer at the end of my life? Let's go to extremes like that.
It's not, perhaps not extreme. Let please explain.
Things which are not scientific.
Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead.
That's a scientific hypothesis.
That do not even talk about scientific hypothesis.
It is a scientific.
Do the science.
This is science.
Before you say something
research
totally rubbish.
The question is,
and it can mislead the public.
But it's not clear from the experimental evidence.
There are people working on the experiment, but it requires special zero radiation areas that are quite difficult to obtain as we live in a radioactive.
In my opinion, Austria is the most anti-nuclear country in Europe. even more than Germany, and they have radium spas. So they have spas where people actually go, radon, sorry. They have spas where people actually go there and be immersed on top of uranium deposits that are actually spewing radon, and they get a little bit of radioactive dose just because a little bit of dose actually does.
No, what exists, and this is a fact, there are several places in the world where the amounts of radiation are above the usual level. There's one in Brazil, there's a beach where more than 200,000 people live. And they live there, and there's no evidence that they have an increased risk. This is a fact. In Iran, there's another place. So there are a few places in the world where the level of radiation is high. We don't understand probably why, but there's no increased risk. There's one case in China where the studies even say that there's a low level of cancer there, which is weird. But
let me only clarify one thing. Nobody is saying that operating a nuclear reactor is not dangerous. It's like commercial flight. Commercial flight is dangerous, but because it's so well regulated, nuclear flying, commercial flying, and nuclear energy, it became statistically and factually the safest way of traveling and the safest way of producing energy. Nothing is completely exempt of risk, see? But these are facts. These are facts. It's well measured, and you can go to any statistic to see how many deaths per terawatt hour occur on the several sources of energy. And you can see that nuclear is one of the lowest, but we know that is dangerous. That's why a reactor has four defenses against radiation, to avoid that the radiation will enter in contact with you, because you know that above a certain level it will kill you. A lower level can create cancer. A much lower level is used to cure your cancer. So this is where science is needed, to see what is the difference between this. And all fruits that you eat that came from Brazil or from Colombia or from bananas from Costa Rica, they are irradiated in order to not perish all. So radiation can be safer and can save your health, or can be fatal. It depends on the level. So all of this science, and nobody will decide. So I think one thing that I always try to be absolutely transparent is never bend reality to allow my point of view to win over the other. Always be absolute rigor in what I say, in order to avoid that the critics will come and say, well, what you told was complete, I have here the evidence. I have always the evidence that what I said is correct.
Well, I have this one question for Luis. That is, well, you've been in this environmental group that is unlike others. And when along history did we stop caring about climate change, namely carbon emission? Like, we kind of found out that carbon emissions were the reason for climate change. Then we had a bunch of groups, environmentalist groups, showing up, and then they said, well, nuclear does not emit, but we are not for it. Like, there's something that was forgotten, lost.
There's something that you probably I probably didn't clarify in my presentation is those groups were always anti-pollution, so they were anti-coal. So they were all usually, for instance, we have a coal factory, an old coal power plant just in front of the President of the Republic. Now it's a museum, the Museum of Electricity. And you had the coal producing centers close to big urban centers, so they would cause pollution. So they were not still at the level of carbon in the atmosphere, they were at the level of smog and emissions close to you. And then it just turned up to 11 because now it's everywhere. Now it's the whole planet. It's the entire planet that has particulate matter and carbon dioxide. So in a way, like I already said in an interview, and I almost regret it. Actually, not. It's like they won the lottery. So because those groups were actually never, like I said in the presentation, they were actually originally never against pollution. They were against pollution because humans cause pollution. So in their roots, they were against humans. So they were against prosperity, they were against technology, because if you look at it, all the great impacts come from technology. And things evolved in a crazy way because, for instance, there's this group in California where anti-nuclearism was born, and they were pro-nuclear at the first, but Sierra Club, but they thought that nature was only for rich people because only they could actually enjoy nature as it was meant to be. And then you go to Germany and they have this old fables of living in the forest, and because they survived the Roman invasions. The thing is, these are all very, very popular, very powerful narratives that are like fairy tales in our. So why are they against nuclear? Because nuclear gives energy. Energy is bad. Energy makes people gives quality of life to people. So they're anti-energy.
And they developed and they grow on the anti-nuclear war.
Yes, and
that's
the bomb.
That's
altogether now. It's the bomb.
And now you have the European Commission with these campaigns where you have democracy and energetic transition, where you have all these, everything is all the values that you may have for Europe are around energetic transition and energy, which is a bit weird, but is a continuation of this.
That will change because that was the influence of the chief of staff of Timmermans, that was an activist from Greenpeace, and Timmermans had the portfolio of climate, and he was behind the Fit 55 repower, that was everything on nuclear or on renewables, and nuclear was never even referred. But now they supported the Alliance for Small Modular Reactors. That means that things are changing because they were so extreme that there are now a big reaction from France, Sweden, Finland, the Netherlands, Hungary, Slovenia, Slovakia. So they are going against the Commission position.
Just if I may, it's one final question, and it has to do with nuclear advocacy in Portugal. Earlier, Pedro Nunes said that the worst argument, or rather the best argument against nuclear was the price of all these EPRs and AP1000s. And we know that there are the Hualongs and there are the VVERs that cost a lot less. But for instance, in Poland, where they still have coal that can be replaced, we don't have coal anymore, so it's a tougher sell. But in Poland, they're not going for the EVVRs or the.
No, they are going for APR 1000 for 1400 South Korean and for the AP 1000. So they got from the South Koreans and the Americans a good deal, and they are going for it, and also for the program for SMR. So Poland are doing a very comprehensive
EPR
plan.
Is out. And EPR is out.
EPR is out from Poland.
Would the case for arguing for the Koreans model here in Portugal
absolutely
make any sense? And would that fly, for instance, with?
No, I have even a controversial view. I think that we should, because EDP is owned by Chinese. Our national grid is owned by Chinese. Why not invite the Chinese to present here to come to a tender? Because I know that this European wide is considered to be, well, we are reinforcing the Chinese. But let's be opportunistic, because the Chinese, I'm absolutely sure, are decided to even to lose money to sell the first reactors, because they build a very good reactor based on our best technology, and they are building in China, and they want to enter on the export market. It is a big market. So I think that we should open a tender. We should open a tender. Instead of this 10 gigawatt for offshore wind, we should open a tender for 10 terawatt hours of dispatchable electricity, technological neutral, and allow nuclear to compete with wind, to compete with solar, to compete with gas, with carbon capture and all these fantasies, but allow that the market will play once against the others, but saying nuclear is allowed and is incentivized. And at that time, I think that we can invite everyone but the Russians today, because the Russians we cannot by political reasons. But why not the Chinese? They are already in our, I'm absolutely sure they will almost offer the reactors.
Before I conclude by thanking you all for coming and for your contributes to our beautiful discussion, a radioactive one indeed. I just want to say something. The way I see things, as far as we are considering Portugal, the mentality of our governments is that they go pretty much like our people. They go for fashion. And today, in fashion is all sorts of renewables. And anything that sounds or looks like real strange, but fantastic. Like H2, like offshore, whatever. So, if we really push honestly for nuclear, with the support of young generations, just like you mentioned, and we also push on behalf of lower costs for electricity bills, both for the regular consumers like us at home and the industry, because that also matters. We need to push real hard on any sort of government, but never stop to talk about it. Young people, academics, scientists, physicists, and the young generation, most of all, of young engineers, physicists, people around science, because most of our people dealing with raw information, journalists like myself, they don't even, I speak to people, and I have spoken to colleagues of mine about this, that is going on, and quite a few have told me, but nuclear is dead. Mm-hmm. The word used was, or is, nuclear is dead. So, and I said, of course, no, it's pretty much alive. Don't read papers. The nuclear doesn't have a word in terms of government, because government only cares about fashion.
But the fashion now is becoming again nuclear.
Of course,
worldwide.
of course. So that's why we shouldn't stop.
Perhaps later.
That's why we shouldn't stop. Thank you all very much. I hope to be here again sometime in the near future. And today it was fantastic because a lot of people worked since the very beginning until now with real nice questions, contributes, and of course our panel of experts was indeed something special. I am very proud to say thank you all for allowing me to be here tonight, or no, it's tonight, and until some other time. All best for you all. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So now we get back here. So, for those of you who want to join, we will get you up and running. We thank very much for your audience and your presence here right until the end. It was really important for us. and we hope to see each other again on another event like this with a bigger auditorium and some other interesting people around us.
In 25th of January, a Associação Industrial Portuguesa is organizing a conference on
25th
nuclear.
of 24.
I think it's 25th of 24. Beginning of January, so the Industrial Portuguese Association, that means Association of Industry, is organizing a conference on nuclear, where we will be speaking.
Yeah.
We'll be there too.
Let me tell one thing. If you want to start working in something nuclear, Raul Luis is the guy. He's our nuclear engineer for fusion, but he does stuff that can make you enter into a career, a lot of neutronics. So Raul is the guy. He always has a lot of work to be done. So go to Raul. He has a medal that says that he's an excellent professor. So
Ficamos todos
he's the guy.
bons, estiveram muito bem vocês. Adeus, um beijinho. Muito bom trabalho, muito bom trabalho.
Obrigado.
Sim.